Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to World Chess FIDE Grand Prix 2022. And yeah, I have to check myself announcing that. Yeah, that's the first event I'll be casting in 2022. And yeah, it's not that easy to believe the year is 2022. All right, so Grandmaster Yevgeny Miroshnichenko. I will not make you pronounce that, so I go with Miro anytime. Yeah, and I'm pleased to be joined by my co-host, International Master Jesse February. Hopefully we can get Jesse on the screen. We'll be partnering till the end of this event, covering the event for you every working day, every playing day. All right, so, and I think, yeah, well, let's wait for Jesse to appear. And meanwhile, yeah, Jesse, hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I can. It's such a pleasure to be here. How are you?
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, a little bit nervous, as you know, as all the chess players are before the start, and yeah, not a chess player anymore. Yeah.
Do you have a favorite this event?
You mean like
a favorite player, at least?
Ah, favorite player here?
Yes, I should have specified.
Not really. They say commentator has to stay objective, right? But if I'm rooting for anyone, interestingly, you know, I'm a sort of a chess pensioner, so I like to root for the older guys, right? So Shirov made me smile when he qualified, and then yeah, always when Grishuk is playing, Sasha, famous Sasha, is playing, then of course, yeah, I'm rooting for Grishuk all the time. Yeah, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, and as we were discussing before the start, once again, a little shift in the system of Grand Prix, right? So, and I still remember those times when it used to be a lot of like 6 tournaments, if I'm not mistaken, with 14 players round robins, you know, and a bunch of players would take part in the Grand Prix. Then it used to be the Swiss knockout last series, and this time it's a bit of a mix. So we have the group stages, which will be, okay, we'll talk a little bit more in detail, but basically the group stages and then the semi-final, the knockout tournament.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I've never actually seen this sort of format before. Of course, I've experienced round robins, but to have the groups have 4 players each and double round robin, then going into, as you mentioned, a semi-final and then a final. So I think things will get spicy as the broadcast goes along.
Yeah, absolutely. And you do not forget, you have to win the group, right? So, I mean, typically if it's a round robin, it's, okay, second place is fine, third place is fine. No. It doesn't work here, so you only have to win the group. Yeah, I think we have a little video to present, and then we'll be back for you guys.
Okay.
All right, so we can see the playing hall there in Berlin. I wish I could say here in Berlin, but no, you know, in modern era, it works like that. Yeah, so the players gathered, and it's already a big achievement, I have to say. Yeah, players gathered in the same venue in Berlin. Then I'm in studio in Moscow, and Jessie's in her home studio, I believe. Yeah.
Yes, in Port Elizabeth, South Africa.
Yeah, so all wonderful times we are living in.
Yeah, the calm before the storm. I love seeing the playing hall like this, right before the players shake hands or don't shake hands. I know that COVID protocol is still a really important element. And yeah, I love seeing the beginning of the round. It's just all that tension building.
Yeah, and interestingly, all of them have their own routine, right? I mean, some prefer to sit over the board and just concentrate. Some people even like sort of friends and talking to each other, even though they'll have to play. Yeah, and I think the round kicks off. So few more things I have to say before we actually go to the games, right? So the partners, the usual partners for the event, Kaspersky Labs, who is the official cybersecurity partner of FIDE World Chess events since quite some time. 2017, I think they've joined. Yeah, since 2017 cycle. And then we have Algorand. We used to refer to Algorand as the blockchain partner. I have no idea if chess is already played on blockchain. Yeah, but anyway, Algorand been supporting world chess and chess in general for quite some time as well. Yeah, and obviously FIDE Online Arena, the gaming platform which can provide you guys with the official online rating recognized by FIDE, and even the title of, as far as I know, you can become Arena Master or Arena Grandmaster. Yeah.
And that's recognized by FIDE?
Yeah, I mean, you get the FIDE diploma, I think the physical diploma if you do that. It's just that it's not necessarily equals to the Grandmaster and International Master over the board, right?
So it's the NFTs of titles.
NFTs of titles in a way, yeah. NFTs of titles on Algorand blockchain, that is. Okay, so we can see, interestingly, the American Derby, where one player comes from Philippines originally and the other one from Cuba. Yeah, and obviously you guys guessed it's Wesley So, who already for quite some years represents the United States of America, of course, and Linier Dominguez. It's been a couple of years, like this COVID time, in COVID era, time flies, because I wanted to say Dominguez is one of the latest arrivals to United States national team, but it would be a mistake because we have another player playing in this tournament who is the latest kind of, Aronin is playing, right? And Aronin will be representing the United States of America as well.
Yes, that's true. I believe he resides in St. Louis now, so he actually moved to be a part of the team. And that's quite a nice addition. And I know that the US team is definitely going to be really strong going into the Olympiad. I believe it's the end of July going into August in Moscow.
Yep. That is, at least so is the plan. Okay.
Will you be at the Olympiad this year?
I'll be in Moscow physically, so why not? I mean, I don't know what my role's going to be, but yeah, so that's
tourist.
Very likely. Yeah, I might be a chess tourist there. All right, so you can see at the down of your screen, you can see all the pairs. I don't think I will read them out loud. It's just that we will progress from one game to the other and so on and so forth. And we are starting with Group A, and in Group A, we have a Russian derby, which is on your screen. Andrei Yesipenko, I think he was actually included at the very last moment, right? He was included in the tournament in the very last moment.
I believe, was it Ding Liren couldn't get a visa? And there was another player who tested positive. Could you remind me?
Yeah, he was another Russian, Dmitry Andreikin. Yeah, Dmitry Andreikin was originally, was supposed to play originally, but then, failed the COVID test.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, okay. It's not failed the COVID test. No, I mean, obviously that's not the subject for jokes, but yeah.
No, of course.
All right, and I've seen in the list, Daniil Dubov, which means he fully recovered from, I believe, chess fans know the story. He had to withdraw from last couple of rounds of Vaikanze, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. I had no idea.
You didn't follow that one. Yeah, because there was kind of a Dubov saga in a way, because he.
Oh yes, I think I believe he tested positive. Yes, he was supposed to play against Anish Giri, and he refused to play, even though protocol sort of ensured him that he was allowed to play. His test was pending, and when it was returned, it returned positive. So it's
something
a good thing
like that. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so here. Yeah,
Before we jump into the games, if I may, I have quite a nice trivia question. Who do you believe is the youngest participant in the tournament?
In a tournament? I will have to check the list. I mean, I have a strong suspicion that we are looking at him, but no, it's not him.
Wait, no cheating, no cheating.
No, I mean, I know who he is. No. I know who he is. So it's Vincent Keimer. Yeah,
Vincent Keimer, and I believe he's 17 years old. And Andrei Esipenko is 19?
19 and, I don't know, 2 meters tall or something. He's a big guy.
So his chess age and physical age is much higher than that.
Yeah.
Someone in chat... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Someone in chat said that that if he failed the COVID test, did he not study? And I thought that was rather funny, although a sensitive topic.
Yeah. All right. And when you said jumping to the games, there is not much to jump into for the moment. Like Yesipenko and Grishuk, they've played 4 moves only, right? So we could easily discuss whatever we like. Let's try to keep it, the usual way, usual for you, not for me. So let's try to keep it in terms of like a friendly Twitch banter, this kind of thing.
I understand. Yes, yeah. I think as soon as you dive into the deep chess analysis, I will be learning more than speaking, really. So I do have a question about the Catalan. As we can see, it's a Catalan.
Yeah.
I'm seeing it played a lot more recently, if I'm not mistaken. Could you tell me why it's such a strong opening?
Honestly, nowadays it's very hard to answer such questions because, as far as I understand, once again, I'm not on the cutting edge of opening theory, but as far as I understand, White has, in every line, White has sort of a crisis with every single first move, like e4, and you have a nightmare of those very solid lines, like the Petrov, and you don't know what to do. And then Ruy Lopez, you have the Marshall, you have the Berlin, let's not forget. Yeah, how many Berlins are going to be played in Berlin? It's always the question. And and then people stick to some line which might not be the strongest, and maybe there is no such thing as strongest, and maybe chess is a draw after all, right? And then they just find it to be a little bit more confusing, a little bit, kind of promise a little bit more, right? A little bit fresher. Even though with Catalan, I had the training camp and we looked a bit at Catalan, just like trying to find, once again, sorry, interrupting myself, but I mean, back in the day, you were trying to find an advantage in the Catalan, in Ruy Lopez, whatever, in the opening. Now you're trying to find a playable position because they kind of completely dried it out with black, right? That they know all the right moves. And then you're not looking for an advantage. There is no such thing as an opening advantage for White. So you're looking for the position that you can play, and hopefully your opponent will not be able to make a forced draw. And I think we have one of those positions on the screen.
Yeah, you were saying that, of course, it's important to look for an advantage, but I don't think Grishuk is looking at the board at all. Just holding his head at the moment, going deep in thought there.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people who criticize Alexander Grishuk for spending too much time kind of in the very early stages of the opening. But maybe, if we'll get our analysis board now, maybe I'll try to explain what he could possibly, what he was planning, and why b2, b3, the move Yesipenko played, is or might be a bit of a surprise for Grishuk.
Indeed.
Right, but, yeah,
so you say that the opening doesn't allow for much conversation. Shall we switch to a different game and see what's happening?
I don't know. I mean, I could try to illustrate some stuff if we can get the... Yeah, because for now we have the other board on the screen, of which I have no control whatsoever. So
sure.
if if it be, or I can just mention that if instead of b2 b3 white plays castle short, then Grishuk would have taken on c4 and then play 20 moves of his preparation and make a draw.
Yeah, I'm really happy that you mentioned this, because this is the one line in the Catalan that I actually know. So instead of b3, as you mentioned, castles, d takes c4, and I'm not too sure what the best response is, but I'm aware of a4 as an option, queen c2, queen a4, and then some very interesting move as well, knight to e5.
Yeah, knight e5.
What do you prefer to play
knight
after
e5
d takes c4?
There was also this knight a3 recently played by Magnus.
Knight a3.
Knight a3,
okay.
Right? So Magnus with Anish Giri from Tata Steel. No, but I meant queen c2 used to be kind of the main line, right? Queen c2, and then if black gives the pawn away, it doesn't matter if you played queen c2 or queen a4, right? You'll just take the pawn on c4, or no, rather, if you are planning to take on c4, then it doesn't matter. But the whole point was that you would go queen c2, and if black plays a6, you go a4, stopping
Sorry,
b5.
if I may interrupt, could we have the board so that we can also sort of visualize
I'm hoping
this?
for that. Yeah, I'm hoping for that,
right.
so that we could, or I could
maybe even
move
the
pieces
analysis.
a bit.
Yeah. So hopefully we can get that going. But I really like what you're talking about.
Not yet, strangely.
Not
I mean,
yet.
that's once again, that's one of the things that I'm actually capable of talking about is the Catalan, right? Because if you'd ask me some sharp knight of his bishop g5, there was a very funny phrase I've heard a long time ago, playing at my local club. We were like candidate masters, me and my opponent of the same age, so we were studying chess kind of together and so on. And we invented, I will not tell the moves since we don't have the board, but so-called Max Lange attack in Scotch Gambit, that is, right? When white goes d4, e4, bishop c4. Okay, anyway, it's a very sharp line, and if you don't know what's going on, it looks very confusing why those moves are played and so on. And it also is very, very sharp. And there was an older guy in the club, kind of the regular guy, who looked at our position, and even though it was a semi-official tournament, he kind of spoke his mind out loud. I would resign here. And being asked which side, with both sides. I would resign with both sides in this position. So that means that the position is so complex. And that would be my answer to, this crazy lines in bishop g5 knight. If you don't know, you stand no chance to kind of finding at the board, right?
Yeah,
so
it makes sense. And you were mentioning the Scotch Gambits, actually, and that's another opening that I really love. So I feel as though if you were to make any courses in the future, or you have already, I feel like I need to watch all of them. Have you made any?
No.
You haven't?
No, but that's strange, really, because there was at some point, there was an idea to write a book on the Petrov. And, and I figured out that you spend some time analyzing, and then you move towards the other chapter and then the other chapter. And by the time you are done, the thing you've done first, it's already outdated. So I don't know how people are capable of creating these opening courses, because if you want to be absolutely fair with your let's say with your students, with people buying the course, then it's like, there is, I don't think it translates well, but in kind of in Russian language it's a very common saying that when you renovate your house, your home, you cannot finish, you can only stop.
Oh.
So that's the point. You can never finish. You can stop at some point. True. Yeah, you can stop at some point.
I suppose that the opening courses that people or players do end up doing is often incorporating their own ideas in a very sort of broad opening. So whether it be the Rilo pairs or anything like that, they then come up with either novelty or they just elaborate on an idea that they know very well. So I suppose it is important to stay up to date, and I do agree. I wouldn't even know where to start to stay up to date. What do you usually do in order to stay up to date with theory?
Well, still you check, or rather I would check the best players, right? So because yeah, people got obsessed nowadays with like computer is the best player in the world. Let's just run the engine and see what engine suggests. But that's not how it works. I mean, you still have to have some sort of a structure, right? And maybe that's what those let's say opening courses are helpful with. So you have to understand, like, imagine someone very famous, okay, Yesipenko is famous enough. Now he's playing the Catalan. In half a year, he releases the course on Catalan. And I would say it's not the greatest idea just to copy-paste his variations that he's providing, because everyone's going to get access to that, right? But to start with, it's already a good basis, right? So you start with getting the course or a nice book on some opening, and then you check kind of, they go with the line, they say it's the end of the line. That's your starting point, basically. When they claim that's the end of the line, and then, yeah, this position is such and such, this position is more pleasant for white, or more pleasant for black, and then you check, right? And the very top players, what they're looking at nowadays, that I've realized, one type of things they're looking at. They are looking at some positions, so they're trying to find some positions where computer is actually kind of misleading you, meaning most of those positions will be equalish anyway. But if, say, I'm playing white and I have 5 different tries, all of them being equal, and then for each of those tries you will have to reply in a very precise manner, then in human terms that's not an equal position, right? Because I have few ways of testing your, I don't know, your knowledge or your ability to find a single only move, or maybe a series of only moves, and that's basically the opening traps of today, because no one is that silly that he didn't analyze that, okay, this pawn cannot be taken or something. Yes, so on a very top level.
No, I really like that. That's really, really important. And honestly, I'm learning a lot at this stage. And I remember that during the World Championship, Fabiano Caruana was one of the commentators for chess.com, and what happened was he was discussing his approach to sort of preparing for games and that sort of thing. And he said the best approach is exactly what you mentioned, either going into a line where it does need the perfect moves going forward, or perhaps even going into a dubious position, seeking an advantage if your opponent messes up, because of course people don't play like computers, as you said.
Yeah, I think we have another video light down, and then I'll be back hopefully with the analysis board.
Yep.
World Chess Club in Berlin is located on one of the main streets of Berlin, Unter den Linden, and to get to the club you need to enter to Käsehofe, cheese house, translated from German. Come on, let me show you. Showing you the entrance of World Chess Club in Berlin. We're now at the guest entrance of World Chess Club in Berlin. Let me show you the checkpoint where everybody will be passing the security, and so will I. Now I want to show you the interview area where players, grandmasters, will be answering questions, basically being tortured by me. And time to say Berlin, as we say here. And now let me bring you upstairs, where we have the guest area. Bringing you upstairs, here we have spectators area, of course, VIP lounge. Leaving the VIP lounge, bringing you to the main spectators area. Later on, we'll also have the merch shop there, but now let me show you my most favorite part of this place, the balcony, where you have the amazing view on the chess players and the boards. I really love it here. Unfortunately, due to the COVID restrictions, we will only have 20 spectators by day, but believe me, the ticket is really worth buying it. Am I sitting on the chair where Hikaru Nakamura will be sitting tomorrow? Anyway, welcome to the playing hall of FIDE Grand Prix 2022 in Berlin. Everything seemed to be ready. Here tomorrow, 16 world best chess players will be competing here. Everything is waiting for them. And even technically, as you can see, you will see it all live.
Okay, it was a bit aggressive, but a nice presentation.
Yeah, I really liked it. Honestly, Dina has a lot of humor behind her, and she's also another Twitch streamer just like myself. And I really enjoy her content, so it was very nice to see her.
Yeah, I don't know if it was intentional, and yeah, I'm nowhere near stereotyping people by nation, but I thought she was kind of imitating the, the straightforwardness of Germans. So here is the club, here are the players, and you'll see it live, and come tomorrow.
That's pretty much straightforward. It's how the content needs to be done. Oh, that was good. I like that.
Okay.
Is it possible to bring up the games, even if we're looking at just the live boards? It would be nice to see the cameras of other players and other games as well.
Yeah, I hope we can get the analysis board on the screen so that I will not lose what I had to say about Yesipenko-Grisha game. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So this is how the view looks now. Fine. And on your left, the brighter board is the board I'll be showing nonsense that could have but didn't happen. Okay.
Oh dear.
So after bishop g2 and castles, that's maybe if we go one move before, right? The bishop b4 is a very popular alternative to bishop e7, yeah. So to give a check, and then to go to e7, strangely.
Okay.
And it would seem that black loses a tempo, right? But he only does so in a line with dc4, but black doesn't play dc4 anymore. He plays c7.
I do have a question. So the point of getting the bishop to move to d2, is it to avoid it from going to b2? Perhaps just sort of throwing off
kind of, yes. So if I would play the same line with b3, knight c3 and so on, the bishop was not on c1 but on d2. And there is also an interesting line when knight d2, queen c2, e4 is played very early, and then once again the bishop is an obstacle. And the easiest explanation why bishop is bad on d2, that with bishop on c1, one of the moves for white, and probably the most natural, the most straightforward move, would be knight c3. And then after this capture, once again, the bishop, imagine it's on c1, right? Knight e5 would win the pawn back with bishop on c1, but not in the current position where the pawn on d4 can be taken because the bishop is on d2. So that's, a little bit, a little bit simplistic, but an explanation why black actually lures the bishop to d2 very often. Right, then we come to this position, castles, and then you're absolutely right. After castles, dc4 is perhaps the most common, even though you can still play the so-called closed Catalan, either c6 or knight b d7, which pretty much is the same as c6. Right.
I prefer the captures move, just opening the position a bit. And then you mentioned this knight a3, and I was completely thrown off. Like, why is knight a3 a decent move here?
Yeah, well, if you let me take, then I'm enjoying my Catalan kind of. Okay, let's say c5, knight takes c4, cd4, and knight d4. I don't know how bad or how good those moves are, but that's an illustration of why players play the Catalan in the first place. Right, it's a symmetrical structure, but the bishop on g2 is much better than the bishop on c8, and in fact, black will have difficulties developing the queen side. So that's certainly the way not to play for black. All right, so if you I think if you are serious about this position, you have to take. You have to take.
Yeah, I was
and
thinking,
then it's,
why is this
then
not
it's
a good
quite
idea?
sharp. Yeah, and then it's quite sharp. And black has to be, I mean, black has to be able to equalize. But it is a little bit tricky because, once again, if I win back the c4 pawn, everything's, I mean, equal material, 2 bishops for white, and maybe this, I don't really think we call it, you know, the weakness, the fact that white played ba3. So he'll have the semi-open b file and so on. And yeah, and the other option for black would be to say play b5, maybe not immediately, but later on, right? Somehow to prepare and play b5. And then white enjoys the fact that he has 2 a pawns, because he will attack the b5 or kind of undermine the b5 pawn once, and quite possibly the other time after ab, whatever takes on b5, and then a4 one more time. And for those who are interested, I mean, you can check Carlsen's game against Giri from Waikanze. Right, so knight a3, then both queen moves, that knight e5, but let me mention something. I mean, when I said Grishuk would play a very long line, yeah? So queen c2, and he would play b5. And that's not new, that's not his invention. His invention was, yeah, so look, for instance, a4, and then after b4, a move like knight e5. And we are, among other games, I can mention Grishuk himself with white against Hikaru Nakamura from Grand Prix once again, I think last series. White sacrifices the pawn, blah, blah, very complex compensation, white won. Which doesn't mean that the position is bad. But Grishuk's discovery recently was that you can actually play bishop to b7, which sounds nonsense. A takes b5, a6.
Okay.
So you just, I mean, black was a pawn up 2 moves ago. Now he'll be a pawn down. But somehow, strangely, black has very, very strong compensation, and, you know, and they've analyzed it till a dead draw, I'm afraid. And one of the guys who played it was Andrei Yosipenko himself after Grishuk.
Okay. Wow. I know that this game, of course, is interesting and the line is brilliant. There are some requests from chat to sort of take a look at the other players as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I see that, yeah, the camera of the players, the live cameras, we're having a chair stream at the moment. None of them are seated.
Yeah, that's very common, in fact, yeah. All right, so they've played quite a few more moves. So cd4, knight d4, a6. And compared to the position that I was talking about with white knight being on c4, right, and the pawn on b2, of course, white still has the powerful bishop on g2, still pressure on b7, but the pawn structure is not that, you know, not that flexible anymore. Andrei has played bishop a3. I believe they both know what they are doing. And it's hard to say if white's going to get any advantage. I mean, it's very, very common that in this structure, sometimes black would be able to sacrifice the b7 pawn temporarily, develop his stuff, and then win back the c pawn, which is somewhat weak. Okay, I was told, Jesse, I was told that we will have a little, once again, a sponsor's ad, and then we will be back with another game, right?
Right.
Yep. So, okay. So that's, you know what's going on here, Jesse. That's a very, very interesting thing. It's once again a pair. Russian derby. It's another group we are talking about. Let me find out which group that is. It must be Group B, right? Must be Group B.
Yeah.
And
FIDE for some Group B.
And the line that I've just mentioned, the line with pawn sacrifice from black, believe it or not, but it's on the board. The Grishuk line. Yeah, Grigory Aparin, who, by the way, I believe amazed the chess world by his incredible performance at Grand Swiss, and that way qualified for Grand Prix, but he wasn't too far away from qualifying to the candidates. Okay, at least had a shot to qualifying at the candidates. Yeah, I think would he win the last game? It's not that he had much chance winning the last game at Grand Swiss, but still, right? A lot of people. There was, I don't know, 150 grandmasters. How many grandmasters was there? and a lot of people didn't even come close to. So really nice performance, and now that's his first Grand Prix for sure, and he's playing that line. Okay, let me check.
Yeah, it's really funny. It's really cool that you mentioned the line, and that's exactly what we have. Another Catalan, and I saw Queen C2 and A4 were definitely the key moves there to get the position we have right now. What are your thoughts after Black's C5?
My thoughts, I will have to check what's the situation on the clock, and it's 1:28 for Aparin, so that means he is in preparation, right? And that means he probably knows what he's doing. If he knows what he's doing, it's an equal position then, right?
Yeah.
So
some people in chat are mentioning that you look a bit like Borgov from Queen's Gambit.
I don't know if
have you watched?
If I have to be offended or get it as a compliment.
Of course, a compliment. You are being compared to a TV character. That's pretty cool.
Well, with the quality of TV nowadays, I mean, no, okay, come on. I'm taking this as a compliment. Yeah, fine. Okay. I've, honestly, I can say I watched the TV series, but sort of on a fast forward because, yeah.
Oh.
I mean, unless you're, yeah, I'm not too much into TV series, but since it was a chess thing, I thought, yeah, let's watch. But they did what they could do, but still, what I've realized from trying various chess movies, watching chess movies, chess TV series, you cannot really teach people how to move the pieces. I mean, not how the pieces move, but how to move the pieces as a chess player, because that's one of the things that tells immediately, right? Does that player, I don't know, actor plays chess or not? Right,
that's true.
That's one of the things. The way they press the clock, the ancient clock that they had. Yeah, you immediately can tell. Yeah, so that those are probably not the world champions, even though they are supposed to be.
I suppose, but also with the series, what I really enjoyed was the fact that they had consulted Garry Kasparov quite a lot during the series, and of course, not being a professional chess player or a chess player at all for that matter, it's going to really reflect in the mannerisms in which they sit or play the moves and that kind of thing. So probably if there was one flaw, it would be that. I agree.
Yeah, no, but obviously the TV series itself is cool, and what's more cool, it kind of shown that chess could be and is in fact very interesting and captivating game for general public, right? Because what I know that all the online chess zones, they had like incredible inflow of newly registered players, and it has something to do with the COVID thing that we all were locked at home, but also the Queen's Gambit obviously has played a role in that.
Yeah, it came at the right time. There is a question from chat, and it says, what would White's main idea be in such a position? Probably rerouting the knight and trying to control the center, or would you push in any sense here? Maybe playing something like knight c3, e4. What would the ideas be?
Well, I think. Are you sure it's about the previous position? Because we have a different position now, right? And here in that position that we have on the screen, white's main motif is to trade all the pieces and offer a draw. Pardon me, but that's as many times as I will see this Berlin with rook e1, I will tell this. Even though, of course,
Okay, sure,
people play it sometimes trying to get an advantage with white. But yeah, but I find it utterly boring. The other thing is, if I would be forced to play it with black, I'm not sure I would equalize. Of course, the position is somewhat more complex than it looks, right? But still. Now, and speaking of Fedoseyev's game, yeah, I think if we are still referring to Fedoseyev versus Aparin, yeah, I think kind of white's main idea, or rather two ideas. I mean, you can try to push for e4, so bring the knight back and somehow play e4. Or you can try to exchange, or rather force black to exchange. You're basically trying to prove that c4 pawn, you remember the queen side there, right? So c4 pawn will be weaker than b2 pawn. I think that's one of the things. Because
there were double pawns the last time we saw.
Yeah, but after
there was
c5...
a pawn on c5. Yeah, c5,
but
c4, d4.
Yeah, c5 and d4 will be eventually taken off the board, right? And it will be c4 pawn against b2 pawn. But those positions, they're typically, it's like it's very, very hard to win for white. Yeah, because, I mean, white obviously is the strongest side in all those positions, but it's very hard to win because first you have to win the c pawn, and then even if you succeed, I mean, your b pawn is isolated pawn, and you know, black can sometimes just attack it multiple times. You are not losing it, but you're sort of semi-paralyzed. You cannot really cannot really advance anywhere.
That makes sense.
So those
Another
are very
funny
solid.
comment from chat is that half the chat is supporting Hikaru, and the other half is just here to see Vidit's game. So it's quite funny. Yeah, but I'm happy that we have Hikaru on screen right now and his game. So I'm sorry for going back to, of course, the other game we were discussing with Fedosiev.
Yeah, no, but that's fine because Hikaru's game, as I said, I don't know much about the theory of this line, but it feels that all the players who go for rook e1 in the Berlin, and that's yeah, I mean, you can tell looking at this position, it was rook e1 Berlin. It could have been other things. It could have been what, exchange French, but they don't play it this way. Yeah, the structure could be, you know, from exchange French. It could be from some Petrov lines, I'm guessing, but yeah, but inevitably that's rook e1 Berlin. And you play rook e1 in Berlin with white when you're desperate. You checked all the other lines, you understood there is no advantage whatsoever, and that, okay, I'll just go rook e1. It's safe, and maybe he does something silly, but it's not in Hikaru's case. Hikaru, I don't think he'll,
you were definitely right about the rook e1 Berlin. It was a Lopez Berlin, and there was rook e1 being played. And I can see there that Hikaru has a cup of tea next to him, and nothing could be solved better than with a cup of tea. Don't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see, because the board says it's black to move, strangely, while Hikaru certainly has played the move.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's just a little bit behind with the short buffer, but I'm pretty sure that we have the live position in front of us.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. So the camera is, I got it. So we have C3 on the live board, but on the video feed, I mean, it apparently comes with a delay because Bakro is yet to play C2, C3. If you pay attention, right, the pawn is still on C2.
Yes. I like this live board and seeing their reactions.
Yeah.
Hikaru's getting super into it.
Okay, so while Etienne Bakro is thinking on a move that we know he's going to play, he'll play C2,
What would
C3.
be a normal response?
From Hikaru?
Yes, in black. Black's position.
Yeah, so maybe try to get the analysis board once again, and then I'll talk a little about what I know about this. Right.
Let's get that.
Yeah. So bishop b5, knight f6, the nightmare of all the e4 players, right? So the Berlin defense. Knight e4, and then of course the main line is d4 and the so-called Berlin endgame. Yeah, rook e1 is known. It's very, very solid. I mean, you can't do anything with black, because sometimes you play the Berlin endgame with black, even though you're not better, but with the, it's still kind of strategically imbalanced position, and you are hoping that maybe your opponent goes a little bit too aggressive, misplays it, and maybe you'll win. Here you don't have such ideas. You just have to be patient to make this draw. Yeah. So knight f5, knight f3, d5. Okay, that's something a little bit. Yeah. Okay, bishop e7. I think the main line is that they take on e5. Knight takes e5, rook e5, and then castles.
Okay.
I think that hang on, instead of knight f5, yeah, knight takes, for some reason I don't know. Yeah. Knight takes, knight takes, rook takes, and then they castle, and then after d4, what happens? Bishop goes here, and you go to e1, and some strong players go to e2, and strong
I was
players.
wondering what happens with black after rook to e8, because if you play rook e1, rook e8, and d4, perhaps you just play c3 then, I'm assuming.
Here, yeah, well, there is also, is it here? I mean, that's very confusing, because all those positions, they look the same, but they are not exactly the same. I think this is the very sharp line, starting with bishop f4, and then they are supposed to take and take d4.
Okay, for the double pawns, perhaps.
Yeah, and you're not even taking immediately. Yeah, you can try to say, yeah, I'm taking on d6, go c3, some compensate, but I think they go knight c3 and so on. Okay, but let me stick to the story, right? So they've played, knight f5, knight to f3 back, and that is, as far as I know, that's considered to be the drawback of not exchanging on e5, because then you are claiming that the knight on c6 is somewhat misplaced. Knight c3, interesting, okay. Exchange, knight e2, knight f4, queen d7, c3. Okay, that's the picture, right? So knight on c6, kind of restricted with the c3 pawn, d4 pawn. That's perhaps the only hint at advantage that white has. And what
these
black
bishops
does,
looks really intimidating.
the bishop on h4, you mean? Or
Both of them, I suppose. It does. It looks like it has a lot of range. I would be very terrified.
yeah, but white's going to play g3, bishop g2, build a little home for his king, as we used to call it. Like, yeah, I'm building a home for my king, and then I'll figure out. That's when you play the ready opening, like knight f3, g3, bishop g2, castle. Doesn't matter what black does, and then yeah, king is safe, and then you go on. Yeah, well, from time to time white gets a little something here, but not more than that. So I believe Hikaru is too experienced to get into any kind of trouble. And once again, look at the clock. So it's Bakro who spends time. So apparently he was somewhat surprised with knight f5 instead of the exchange on e5.
Okay, I was looking for the clocks, the live clocks, and you can see them on the top left and right hand side in big numbers ticking down. People like me, of course, miss these things. But it's, as you can see, Hikaru Nakamura has definitely had so many Blitz games on Twitch that there's no way he'll have less time than his opponent.
Yeah. Right. So, well.
Right.
Something to say once again. Those players, they are in the same group as the game we started with.
Yes,
Yesipenko and Grishuk. So we have Yesipenko, Grishuk, Bakro, and Nakamura, and as in a very old Highlander movie, there has to be only one, right? Or something. There has to be only one left or something like that. So out of each group, only the winner goes on. Right, and while Grishuk is thinking, after bishop a3 he didn't play a move. I think we will switch to some other board, and meanwhile have to talk about the sponsors a little bit, right? So I have some notes here. Once again, the sponsors are Kaspersky, Algorand, FIDE Online Arena, right? So Kaspersky, as I said, they've started kind of partnered with World Chess, I believe, at first, and then with FIDE in 2017. And they support adjustment to chess of chess to kind of the esports, the digital space, right? So all the online stuff and so on. I believe that they did some tournaments with FIDE Online Arena already. So kind of chess as gaming, which has to be, Jesse, has to be non-unfamiliar for you as the chess Twitch streamer, right?
Oh, I don't play chess on Twitch. I game. I'm obviously pro gamer.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. I do play chess on Twitch. Very tilting chess, but I try my best. But you streamed at some point as well, I believe. I did raid you a few times.
Yeah, there was. Well, I wasn't sure which language I'm supposed to be streaming, and then I realized. I mean, you know, that's interesting because I'm used to this kind of things, like kind of the broadcasts, right? So when I'm more official, trying to explain things and so on, and nobody wants it on Twitch. Strangely, I mean, if I would be doing something like that. And I thought, yeah, I'm fine streaming, but I don't want to stream chess, and I'm not streaming chess. Well, just talking would be fine, yeah. But then
just talking,
just talking.
What
would
other
be fine,
games do you play? I believe a lot of top players are also playing Hearthstone.
Hearthstone,
not sure what you.
Hearthstone, yeah, I used to have, wasted quite some time trying to pick up Hearthstone. And not only that, but recently there was a video of Garry Kasparov playing Hearthstone. You won't believe, but yeah, somehow two games are merging in esports fashion. All right, so more announcements, more kind of serious stuff. So once again, the other partner of World Chess Grand Prix Series is Algorand, the official blockchain partner of FIDE and World Chess. So what does it mean, Algorand? It's public blockchain, right? So everything's transparent. It's also, I mean, kind of blockchain of a new generation. If I'm trying to be a little bit more specific, but yeah, let's not speculate too much on the subject of blockchain and cryptocurrencies. But yeah, anyway, that seems to be very on point. That the distributed ledger technology and the blockchain itself supports chess as chess shifts towards the online presence. So we thank Algorand for that. And also FIDE Online Arena, I believe during this needs to be double checked. Not only during, but especially for World Grand Prix Series, World Chess Grand Prix Series, Online Arena has a code that gives 25% discount. And I believe that's the moment that the code has to appear. Yeah, promo code GP 2022. Cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Jesse,
is that for merchandise as well? Because I wouldn't mind receiving some World Chess merchandise.
You mean the nice looking sweatshirt that I'm wearing today?
Of course.
They're out of stock.
And of course, they're out of stock.
They're out of stock.
No.
I bought the last one. No, just kidding. I have no idea.
I'm so sad now. Time to say Berlin. I want a t-shirt that says that.
Yeah. Let's try to... Jesse, I thought let's try to please the other half of the chat. So
it makes sense, yes.
First half was looking at Hikaru's game, yeah.
Yes.
And Hikaru
now we're going to
Vidit, right?
Yeah, FIDE
Was
Gujarati versus Levon Aronian.
yeah. Another famous American grandmaster, Levon Aronian.
It's so difficult to see this American flag next to his name. We're so used to
Yeah,
him being
absolutely.
from Armenia.
And I know at some point in his life he was living in Berlin for quite some time, but I don't think he ever thought of changing the federation. So he used to represent Armenia. Yeah.
Alrighty, so we're seeing
We still have the image of Hikaru. I mean, yeah, with all due respect, but it's so easy to see Hikaru. I mean, just tune into his streams. I wonder if he will be streaming, eh?
I don't know. I don't
Well.
think he'll be streaming. Perhaps people will be streaming, analyzing his games live. That's usually what happens. So when we do have a chance to take a look at Levon Aronian versus FIDE Gujarati, then we can take a look. I see he's down to 59 minutes versus Aronian's 1 hour, 21 minutes. So there's already a big time gap over there, and Aronian is thinking right now.
Yeah. So let me find out, or maybe you have it open. So Aronian.
Yep.
What's the group? How does the group look there? That's the group with Vincent, right? So it's Vincent, Kema, Dubov, Aronian, and Vidit.
Very nice. Yes, this is Group C, and this round Aronian is playing white against Vidit, and Kimmer is playing white against Daniil Dubov. And already that is such an interesting position. The eval bar is going crazy, but to be honest, as a chess amateur, at least I categorize myself as one. It's a little bit better for whites, and I think it'd be quite interesting to take a look at their game after we see Aronian's game. So I'm looking forward to that live board.
Yeah, but I might potentially have a better idea. So yeah. I was thought we have an interview with Vincent Kema, and as well, if you look at the clock, it's about the time that we have a little break here, and then we will be back and we'll be checking the games of this C group as well. Yeah, we have a lot of ground to cover, to be honest. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be, it's too many games then, 8 games. So we will have to speed up a little, switching from one to the other. Yeah, we will be back, guys.
That's very true. So how long should we tell our audience that we'll be away?
I believe it's up to 10 minutes. So we have an interview and
Sounds good.
We'll be back shortly.
Hello and welcome to FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. I am Woman Grandmaster Dina Belenke, and here I am joined by Grandmaster Vincent Keimer from Germany, the only Grandmaster from Germany. Vincent, hello, thank you for coming. How do you feel about this Grand Prix?
Yeah, I'm very excited to be part of this Grand Prix this time, and of course excited to participate. I mean, I never expected to play in this, so it's already like great achievement for me, especially nice to play in Berlin, home country, and also yeah, we'll just try to learn as much as I can.
Do you expect some particular support from your countrymen, some extra cheering?
Yeah, maybe, but I also don't think that this is the most important during the tournament. I mean, during the tournament, you're already focused on the games, on preparing, having a pretty clear way of dealing with the day, when to do what, and this is, I think, then most important. Yeah, just focusing on the tournament, playing as good as you can.
Was there any particular preparation for this kind of event, or it was pretty similar to all the others?
Yeah, I don't think it differs much from the preparation for any other event as well. I mean, you try to look at the participants, who I will face. I mean, of course, extremely strong. Yeah, everyone above 2,000, and this is also something. Yeah, I mean, I never even played against that many players above 2,100. Also, they are all extremely young, strong, and also I know that they are willing to really win this. I mean, this is a great chance for everyone. So yeah, I will just the usual, the way you prepare against strong opponents. Yeah.
Okay, so this is going to be a question that you might not be willing to answer, but I'll still ask it just in case. Who is your toughest opponent here?
Yeah, I really don't know. I think this is really something that depends on mostly how the opening goes. I mean, I know that Dubov is always having great ideas in the opening, so this could mean that either it's going all right, because usually those ideas are maybe not the first line of engine, but also could go very wrong because he somehow catches you and you make a wrong move and then it's getting bad very fast. But generally, I would say you can never really say. It really depends on how the game is starting and then already how you can play, how do you feel in this position. That's the most important.
In general, are you happy that offline tournaments are coming back? You are coming from this online generation still. What do you think about being back to the board during these special times?
Yeah, I also like playing online, but I think it's for every chess player, it's still like this is the chess where you really can think a lot. It's like with a higher quality, of course. Online you play shorter time controls. It's fun. It's good that these tournaments existed, also extremely strong tournaments against extremely strong players, but I'm certainly happy to be back at the board as well. Yeah.
In one of his recent interviews, Magnus Carlsen mentioned that he would be interested in playing the next World Championship match only if there was someone from the younger generation. You are from the younger generation. What are your chances to be the next? How do you evaluate your position in it?
I never even thought about it. I mean, this is more or less crazy to even think about. Yeah, I mean, now that I'm extremely happy to be even in the Grand Prix, qualifying for the candidate is, I mean, okay, already extremely unlikely, and then winning the candidate is already a whole different story, so I don't think that this is something I really need to worry about.
Are you a full chess professional, or you still do studies, and what are your plans for the nearest future, let's say 10 years?
Yeah, now I'm in the last months of my school, so then I will start being a chess professional at least for a few years, and then I will take a look and see whether it's necessary to maybe start to go into university, but generally I would like to be a chess professional. Yeah.
Is there some kind of rituals that you do in order to perform better, some special nutrition or some fixed hours of sleep that you do on tournaments particularly?
No, not really. I think it's just important to sleep enough because usually such tournaments are extremely tiring. Yeah, I mean, you have long games, let's say 5 to 6 hours sometimes, and also, of course, you need to prepare a lot. So this means that you could go up to 10 hours chess a day, and if you do this for, this tournament could take, I guess, about 2 weeks, and then, of course, 2 weeks, 10 hours a day chess is, you really need to get some sleep and some, calming down and relaxing.
Who is this strongest chess player of all time to you personally?
This is really something I can't say. I mean, I grew up with Vichy Ammann being the world champion and then Magnus taking over. So these are like the ones that I know. Of course, shortly before were Kasparov, who certainly also is one of the greatest. I mean, this is for sure. Of course, Fischer comes to mind from the, I mean, those are the players from the last years. Okay, maybe not years, but centuries. And then, I don't know, probably from earlier stages, it's very hard to say, because chess evolved so much with the engines coming, with everything changing, and this is hard to say who really was the best player.
Fair enough. Well, thank you so much, Vincent. Let me wish you lots of luck and hoping to see you soon after your victories.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are back from the break, and yeah, welcome back everyone. And yeah, it's a little bit confusing view, right? Because we still have Alexander Grishuk at the right up of your screen thinking, which means he has spent maybe 40 minutes by that point. Remember, Jesse, that was the first game we were talking about.
Goodness.
And
That's very true.
Yeah, and yeah, the position at your right is the position in Grishuk's game, right? So that which just
Bishop
disappeared.
A3.
Yeah, the
He
position
still
of
has
Bishop.
Bishop A3.
Yeah, so he didn't play he didn't play a move since then. Right, and the position at our left, oh, it used to be at our left, now I can only see myself. Yeah, right, so we wanted to talk, remember Jesse, right before the break, we wanted to talk about the C group or C pool of players,
Yes,
as we call it the other way. And it's a very, very entertaining game between Keima and Dubov that I'm about to bring at your screen, guys.
Yes, of course, we can't tease the audience with an interview with Vincent Keima and not show the game. And a lot of people in chat were very shocked that he's so tall and still in school.
Yeah. I was told that we only have the camera on Aronian's game, but yeah, I insist on, at least on analysis board, let's briefly look at Dubov's position and Keima's and Dubov's position, because that's a lot of stuff going on there. And much more liver, much more entertaining than Avronian's game. Yeah, so I believe we are fine. Yeah, and now it's like the level of confusion is at the maximum, because on camera we still have Grishuk thinking after Bishop A3, and then right board is Aronian against Vidit. So as you could have guessed from what it says, right? Aronian is with it. And,
yes. And it's really incredible to see. Okay, I'm only looking at the evaluation bar. So if you don't want any spoilers, I'm not going to tell you what the evaluation is, but probably you can see that from... Oh, it says that white is slightly better, and by slightly better, I mean about 1.5 better. But it's really interesting to see the rating difference, and so important to note that regardless of the rating, on any given day, a player can play incredibly well or incredibly poorly. But not to say that this is the case. I'm just saying that regardless of the rating, and there's almost 60-point difference between the two players.
Right. So, and finally, on the brightest, biggest board, that's the game between Keima and Dubov. And I don't know what happens there, but it seems that Dubov got himself in a bit of trouble. So, what was the opening here? It was the Sloth Defense, which one might consider as a surprise. Knowing Dubov being an expert in the Grunfeld, right? I mean, Daniel, he really played a lot of Grunfeld defense in his life and contributed a lot to the opening theory. All right, okay. Bishop f5, after e3 you have bishop f5 or bishop g4, bishop f5 being one of the most reliable moves, of course. e6, knight h4. Here, once again, two main options, bishop to e4 or bishop to g6 immediately. So the difference is if you go to e4, then you provoke f3 and you still have to go back to g6. And it's an argument, white inevitably gonna take on g6 sooner or later. It's an argument if f3 is beneficial, supports e3, e4, or sometimes black says, okay, let me show. I'm just capturing, let's say, I'm playing queen b3, and black goes queen c7 and says, okay, your h2 pawn is hanging from time to time, so maybe your f3 move is not that great. Okay, so in our game, bishop g6 was played immediately. White captured.
And I actually, sorry if I may. You mentioned that Daniel Dubov usually plays the Grunfeld, and he must have surprised his opponent Vincent with the Slav. And what I do find when I'm competing, it is quite annoying when you maybe spend an hour or 2 hours preparing for a game, and then you don't even get your prep the next day, and it's like, what did I spend all that time doing?
That's actually very important not to over prepare. especially against someone you are not entirely sure is going to play the line you're expecting them to play, right? And one of the funniest, perhaps funniest preparations in my life was when I've played Vasily Ivanchuk for the first time. Was back in 2004 or something, yeah, European Championship that is. And I've opened the database, searched for Ivanchuk with white, figured out, and you know, you could build, and probably still can, build a little tree of what play is playing. And when I realized that it's like 4 moves on move 1, and then any second given move in each of those first moves. And so I just closed the laptop and went for a walk.
you can't prepare against a player like that.
Yeah,
you have to have all the confidence in your own play rather than, you know, sort of trusting your prep in your opponent. So that's hectic. What was the result? How was your experience with the game?
I've lost, even though it wasn't necessarily because of the opening. It's not like he trapped me in the opening and didn't give me a chance. Okay, so one thing about that position that is currently on my analysis board after knight takes g6, h g6. Try to guess how many legal moves were not tried in this position. Okay, I will not torture you, but let me tell you, not too many. Because, like...
Really?
I mean, bishop e2, bishop d3. So those 2 moves, 2 legal moves with this bishop, obviously were tried. Queen b3 was tried. Queen e2 was tried. Queen c2 was tried. I mean, you can check database
h4
yourself.
Of course.
h3.
My novelty is h4.
h4 might be, yeah. So, but you understand, the range is very limited. You can try king e2 here. Haven't been played before. Rook g1, I suppose, is potential novelty. No, but seriously, seriously, rook b1 was played. And it is with the idea. It's not just a rook b1 is a legit move. One of the interesting moves in this position. a2, a3 is the move, and yeah. So you can imagine how wildly it's started already. Yeah. Okay, bishop d2. Obviously, it's once again, it's very common. Knight goes to d7, queen b3, queen to c7, and then c takes d5, and that's once again a very, I mean, perhaps very important moment that white only wants to capture on d5 when black already has played knight d7. Because if you do it prematurely, it was black to move, yeah. So instead of bishop d2, for instance, if I take on d5, black usually is fine taking with the pawn, developing the knight to c6 normally, and just keeping it symmetrical and nice, yeah. And after the knight is on d7, and if c takes happens, then the knight on d7 is somewhat misplaced. So therefore, in this position, for instance, black kind of preferred to capture with the e pawn. Castle's long, a7, a5, and it turns out there was a game of Cheparino versus Grishuk in 2008 where white has played f2, f3. So queen c2 was the novelty according to the chess basis database. Queen c2, which sacrifices the pawn on h2, it seems, and the pawn was taken. White pretends nothing happened, just plays a3. Plays king b1. That's somewhat mysterious. Yeah, so it's like surrenders the pawn and then just plays some. I wouldn't even say.
It makes sense.
Yeah, those moves make sense, but yeah, what was wrong with kind of saving the pawn first, like playing h3
Who needs
or
the
something?
h pawn anyway? It's just a flank pawn.
Yeah, knight b6, f3, knight to c4, bishop c1. And it's interesting because, for some people it would seem that not only black has won a pawn, but also, he kind of made quite a few aggressive moves and everything. But in fact, the knight on c4 is not that threatening. Yeah, so bishop on c1 protects everything that this knight attacks. So e3 is protected. Also a3 might be important to protect, sometimes. And the thing is that white is ready for e3, e4 break. And after that, the knight on c4 will be a little bit kind of hanging in the air. So b5, logical, supporting the knight, e4 played, and then b4, which might be a mistake. Might be a mistake. So it's very aggressive, yes, but he possibly could have blundered queen a4. An intermediate move, so knight is not running away, yeah, an intermediate move, attacking the c6 pawn. If you capture the knight, yeah, you lose to queen c6, and then the rook is taken with a check as well. And it's not that easy to protect the c pawn, right? Rook c8, for instance, the c6 pawn is protected, but it's still pinned, and therefore I can capture on d5.
Yeah, I was going to ask.
Yeah,
what would you play with white here?
Yeah, just take on d5, right? Take d5, take with the pawn, and...
We do have a live move, though.
Yeah. Let me return to that. So he captured on b4 first. Okay, makes sense.
But the engine actually likes your move more. Knight takes d5.
Oh, because...
So perhaps we should take Vincent out and put you in for the next games. How about that? Is that okay?
I don't know. Let's check. Let's check what his score's gonna be. Maybe if he does okay, then yeah, maybe he doesn't need any substitutes. Well, you know what? I don't think his move is any bad. It might be that kind of knight d5 was too strong. And then now, for instance, after a b4, maybe the best way for black is just not to recapture, allowing the same knight d5, but play, say, king f8 or something. Which is understandable why engine would prefer knight d5, but at the same time, it looks like kind of a capitulation, right? So he takes your pawn, and instead of taking back, you're just sidestepping the pin, and white's going to take on a5. Yeah, so I think white is legitimately better here.
Okay.
So some potential problems for Daniel Dubov.
What happens after bishop takes b4?
Yeah, I think it's the same, right? I take on d5.
You're still taking on d5. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe, you know what? Maybe that's... Yeah, bishop b4 was actually played. I think I got the difference. You know what? So perhaps the point is, yes, if I take immediately, take with the pawn, right? Because the alternative is capturing the knight on c4, but then black has knight b6. And can't take the pawn, I have to protect the bishop, so I have to go back. Right, so now, okay, knight d5, I will take the knight, and after knight b6, once again, double attacking the queen and the pawn on d5, I can take the pawn on a5. Maybe that's the whole difference. So now I can take the pawn on a5, and after ab and bishop takes, if I follow the same line, knight takes, pawn takes, knight b6, I no longer can take. So maybe that's still a good position for white, but I no longer can take on a5.
Okay. I do have a sort of off-topic question from chat.
Yeah, sure.
Right, so one chat member is very intrigued by your T-shirt and asking if it's Bobby Fischer.
It is Bobby Fischer, yeah. That's merch that you were talking about. It's actually not a T-shirt, but kind of a sweatshirt or sweater, whatever you call it. Yeah, that's a famous photo pic of Fischer analyzing on his, pocket chess set in New York subway. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to use that code. I actually really want to get some merch. What's the code again?
GP, which stands for Grand Prix 2022, which is the current year. It's easy to recall.
GP 2022.
Yeah. So let's check if they will give us discount on merch, right?
Yeah, it's 25% off, I believe. So definitely gonna get that one when I go to EU again.
Right.
It does sort of. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, yes, you're fine. Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, no, it does. It's quite a disadvantage being so far away from everything. I get huge FOMO, fear of missing out. And I mean, I'm from South Africa, so it's literally the furthest away from Europe you could possibly be.
Yeah, but let me ask you about the weather right now. I believe the weather is beautiful. You don't have winter in South Africa, do you? You never have winter, right?
Winter? We do have winter.
Winter?
It gets cold. But it doesn't. Okay, it snows in some parts, probably mostly in the mountains. But I'm on the coast, so it does get cold. Maybe it goes down to like 3
15
degrees
Celsius.
Celsius. Maybe
3,
3, 5.
3.
Yeah,
That's sounds terrifying. 'Cause, yeah,
Not so bad. It's not like Siberia.
Today's evening is kind of relatively warm in Moscow, and it's still well below zero, believe me.
Oh, no.
So your complaints about weather, Jesse, are not accepted. About
Okay, we'll just keep
weather in
quiet.
South Africa. Yeah, no, but seriously, I hope to visit one day. I've heard a lot of like the beautiful weather and the nature and stuff. Yeah.
You have a lot of fans here, so you'll be very much welcome.
Oh, nice to hear.
Yes.
So I have to keep up with with Twitch then and doing commentary, because the people tend to forget very quickly.
You won't believe it. You won't believe it, actually. The first time I ever saw you was in 2016. You were doing commentary at the World Olympiad in Baku.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. And I saw you in one of the booths. I sat there in one of the spectator seats, and I was just watching, and I was like, this is amazing. I'd love to do this one day.
Well,
And years later, here I am being able to work with a pleasure like you, and I'm really happy.
thank you very much. Okay, so shall we just quickly check Aronian's game? Yeah, that's Levon
let's go
Aronian
ahead.
himself against Vidit. Right, and I wanted to say that there is nothing special in this game goes on, just something very ordinary, but they tend to spend a lot of time, both of them. Like if you think of it, we are almost 1.5 hours into the round, and they've only made 13 moves. And for this,
13 moves.
yeah, like for this kind of players, that they can blitz out 20 moves sometimes, right? So that
That's
means
true.
that they've got a very original position quite early.
I have another sort of psychological sort of question. When playing and opening, of course, you sometimes, as you mentioned, blitzing out the moves, and sometimes you taking time. Do you believe that if one player takes a lot of time, that it's more inclined that the other player would also take a lot of time, sort of seeking what they're looking at? So, for instance, if Levon spends 15 minutes on a move, that it's more likely Vidit would then go into a deep think as well.
Yeah, but that's only one possible scenario. And the other scenario is that, let's say, one player surprises the other, and let's say we're now talking about Levon thinking. So let's imagine Vidit surprised him at a very early stage. And then the player who brought up the opening surprise, he's actually inclined to play fast. So sometimes knowing the line, sometimes even pretending to know the line. So to put more pressure on the opponent, so that the opponent will spend more. And there have been examples like that. So that one guy is still on initial time, like 1 hour 30, and the other one is almost in a time trouble. Okay, anyway, since I'm alone on a screen, that's time to talk about sponsors once again. Yeah, Kaspersky. I think I've mentioned Kaspersky being supporter for Grand Prix series and supporter of FIDE events as well for quite some time, since 2017. And maybe there is once again I have some notes. A further advancement of chess in the digital space and its expansion to online tournaments, but that's what we've said already, right? Which brings together human excellence and the power of technology. We are honestly, well, with all due respect to Kaspersky, but we are chess players of old generation. We are somewhat terrified sometimes how advanced the technology has become, right? Yeah. But anyway, of course, thanks for supporting chess, and we are pleased to have such partners. And Jesse, are you still here with me? Can you hear me?
I'm alive and well. Yes, I can hear you.
yeah, because now, one more time, they will remind us what is the promo code to enter the professional online gaming platform for chess, which is FIDE Online Arena. And hopefully it does work for merch as well. 25% off with promo code GP2022. hopefully not only during, but after the Grand Prix. But yeah, but use it as soon as you can, guys. They say you can get FIDE ID and profile on FIDE.com. That means that's the official rating and also official titles.
That's awesome. All right, so which game are we still looking at? Is it the Aronian versus FIDE?
Yeah, we had Aronian on the screen, so I'm thinking let's go to Group D perhaps, because there is like one more group which we didn't touch at all so far.
That's very true. And in Group D, we have Wesley So playing white against Dominguez Perez, and Alexei Shirov versus Pentala Hare Krishna. And I believe Hare Krishna was also a last-minute entry. Is that true?
Let me try to recall. I mean, I remember Yesipenko for sure, and quite possibly Hare Krishna. Yeah, but somehow, like I do remember two players out. It's Ding and Andreikin, right? I remember Yesipenko joined, like last moment, and for some reason I've forgotten who was the other one. Yeah, quite possibly Pentala Hare Krishna. Yeah.
Yeah, I might be wrong. That's why I asked. But of course, I'm a huge fan of Hari. He also streamed on Twitch for quite some time, and if I were to have a favorite, it'd probably be him in this tournament.
Ah, really? Yeah. I mean, he seems to be a very nice guy, kind of a humble guy with 2750, you know, which is not a very common occurrence nowadays. Like,
yeah, it was quite a funny story. In 2020, Chess24 hosted a Halloween event, and all the participants were masked. And the thing is that they would pair someone really weak against someone really strong. So I think it was maybe 2100 or 2000 versus 2700 or 2600. And when I was masked, I was playing against Hare Krishna, but he also had a mask on. And one of the questions the commentators asked me afterwards was, what is the rating, or what do you think the rating of your opponent was? And I had the audacity, and probably it's because he was taking it easy on me, I said 2600. And when he unmasked, I saw it was Pentala, and I was like, oh my goodness, I hope I did not offend the gentleman.
No, I don't think it's... It's still fun. I do remember this tournament though. I think Peter Swidler was taking part in, and I don't remember the mask he was wearing, but we made a lot of fun of them.
It was a very funny mask. I still remember. It was like a female mask, and it had like a big hole where the mouth is supposed to be.
Yeah.
It was very funny.
Right. So, well, let's just go with the flow. I thought we'd be looking at the D group, but since we have Wojtaszek and Raport on the screen, which I believe is the second pair in Group B, right? So those guys are in the same pool with Oparin and Fedoseev. Radoslav. I think Wojtaszek was the last entry, by the way. I think Richard Rappert qualified, and Radoslav Wojtaszek was kind of last minute entry along with Yesipenko, and Hari apparently qualified by rating or whatever
makes sense.
Other criteria.
Makes a lot more sense. Yeah. Alrighty.
Okay, so what we have here is, I would say, it looks like Catalan, but it wasn't.
It wasn't
D4
a
Catalan. Yeah.
And wait, it was.
I check. With a bit of a transposition. Yeah. So Bishop D2, A5, Knight F3, Knight F6, G3, D5, Bishop G2, D takes. This line. Queen C2.
This line?
Yeah, this line.
Want to elaborate?
Yeah. So this line, why I'm calling it this line, so nowadays people play C5 and equalize, apparently. That's what happened in the game, yeah?
Okay.
By saying this line, I mean bishop takes... hang on, have to unclick something to be able to analyze. Yeah, so bishop D2, and they used to play back then. Knight takes, and then b5, and white will sacrifice the pawn for real. Then queen d2 was kind of introduced, which doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. You play a move with the queen, and then you're basically losing a tempo. But that's a very funny idea. Look, I mean, if you castle, white's plan is to go knight a3, attack the c4 pawn, and there is no b5. Right? So white wins the pawn back. Otherwise,
I was assuming that the whole point of queen takes d2 was to get the knight to c3.
To c3, but not really. It's a cunning idea. Look, Jesse, we just checked castle, and now you being a smart lady, you would say, yeah, but I'll play b5 first, right? And then I'll figure out what to do. And then the whole point of queen d2 shines, because queen g5 double attacks the pawn on b5 and g7, and it's not very common, right? It's not very common. It's a kind of this kind of double attacks. Yeah, and then first time it occurred, I think it was Grishuk's game or something. I had a game, interestingly, which is not in the database, and then it was played all of a sudden on a very high level. I have difficulties naming the number of a game, but it was from Kramnik-Topalov match. Kramnik with Topalov, yes, c6, a4, b5 played by Veselin, so he did return the pawn back, and yeah, once again a lot of theory
please pay
and
attention.
so on.
Oh, your memory is incredible. That's really nice. And for those of you wondering where the names of the players are, I think you're asking, they're at the top right and left. You can see the players and the color they're playing. Sorry, please continue.
Yeah, that's interesting because it's actually written in quite a big font, yeah, but somehow in the areas of a screen that you usually tend to not to pay too much attention to. All right, so now in our game, c5 was played, and so on, a3, exchange on d2, cd4, white slowly but surely wins both pawns back, right? Knight c6, castles, rook a6. Not the most common way of developing the rook. We have d1, b5, knight e5, bishop c6. Okay, exchange, queen d4. Okay, maybe a little something to say here. Because I really love the idea of queen a8, which was played by Richard Rapport. Because some naive players would think, okay, let's just swap everything. I can take the queen, and then I can exchange the bishop. And it looks symmetrical, and it is symmetrical, but not equal. Because, interestingly, yeah, like, the fact that black pawns are too advanced, the pawn on b5 hanging, yeah, it's actually to black's disadvantage, sort of. And I believe rook b6, I mean, I'm not sure what's the best move is, but let's say rook b6, and white is first to take the c file. So he goes rook c1, and white is slightly, but very unpleasantly better. Unpleasantly for black, that is, yeah. So, and there are examples of such endgames being won by, by strong players like Ulf Andersson and Zoltan Ribley against Anatoly Karpov. I think it was not exactly the same because black had the dark square bishop against the knight, but yeah, that's kind of a model game for the Catalan. Yes, it's Ribley versus Karpov. I mean, I'm still referring to the players who are kind of bajillion years old by now, but that was the time I've studied chess,
Okay, goodness me.
And
that's a really great memory. And I can see that Richard Rapport is sporting really long hair, as did Jan Nepomniachtchi during the World Championship match. So perhaps we can sort of reference Samson and how all the chess strength is sort of laying in their locks.
That's actually an interesting point. It kind of didn't work well for Jan, right?
He cut his hair during the event.
Yeah, right.
Probably Karyakin came to Dubai and he said, Jan, you have to cut your hair.
It doesn't work like that, yeah. Yeah, but that's interesting. Yeah, if you are to speculate a little bit about what happened in the match, I don't know if it has to do with haircut or something, but he really fell apart after the first loss, right?
Yes.
Because
seem more psychological than chess. Really.
Yeah, because before that, and even during this monster game, which lasted for almost 8 hours, and I remember because I was covering, it was anybody's match. And okay, it was a painful loss, but still, they were more or less on the same level of play. And after that, we just saw another Jan, who was, you know, kind of thrown back at his early 20s, where you can tell that it's a very talented player, but he would inevitably make mistakes under pressure. So, you know, I mean, the thing with Jan Nepomniachtchi, that he was considered to be like, not the world champion, but one of the elite when he was 20, maybe under 20. And he always had this, a bit of a problem kind of controlling his genius in a way, yeah, because he's very fast at spotting interesting moves, good moves and so on, but sometimes, yeah, like when a little bit of discipline is needed, he can't keep up.
Oh, I see. Okay, someone mentions, you know, Sergei must have brought scissors with him from Russia all the way for Nepo.
Yeah, we will, yeah, I don't know if we have to go that far, yeah. Okay, so Rapport is thinking the position on the board. Honestly, looks anything but inspiring, to be honest. I think, remember in some other, but actually we have a lot of Catalans now. Yeah, in some other Catalan, I think Fedoseyev's Catalan, when I was saying that sometimes you win the pawn on the queen side, but you don't win the game, yeah? And I just thought, imagine black goes crazy, just goes, well, it's, regrettably, it's h6, bishop f1 was, yeah, I've missed the last move, yeah, bishop f1 was played, yeah. And I thought, okay, just to illustrate, imagine black goes b4, he's not forced to do that, white's not forced to take, white can actually play knight e5, but yeah, I mean, imagine this pawn disappears, and then black does something like rook to b8, rook to b6, and I mean, kind of concentrates all the forces on the b2 pawn.
This does look really good for black.
Yeah, it's like one of those scenarios where black kind of doesn't really care. I got rid of my weaknesses, I have a clear target to attack. Yeah, I'm a pawn down, but who cares? Yeah, and very often black can make a draw this way. So now, after bishop f1, he's inviting the capture on f3.
What happens if black ends up taking on f3 with the queen as well?
Yeah, I think in terms of structure...
Is it just bishop takes e5, perhaps?
That's what I wanted to say. Like, in terms of structure, black is not really scared that much. Yeah, but bishop b5 kind of refutes the whole idea, because rook a8 runs into bishop c6. So if we, let's say, pretend that bishop c6 doesn't exist, and white plays, say, bishop f1 with the... hang on. White plays bishop f1 with the idea to play bishop g2, for instance. So just to discuss the structure briefly, right? Then I think black is kind of okay just going knight d5 in such positions. And once again, a possible scenario is white attacks the knight with the bishop, wins the pawn on d5, but doesn't win the game because of b2 weakness. That's true. So,
okay, makes sense.
So the knight is very stable on d5. You cannot really make a lot of progress kind of ignoring it. So you will end up taking, and yeah, and it's all on black kind of organizing the counterplay against b2 pawn on time.
Yes, I have 2 questions.
Yep.
Number 1, could you pronounce your name for us?
Yeah, it's Miro. Yevgeny.
Miro, your full name.
Yevgeny Miroshnichenko.
Okay, I'm going to practice that in the mirror tomorrow. Beforehand, and then I will address you by your full name, and everyone will be so impressed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I know it sounds kind of gibberish. I mean, that's just random set of letters, right? But it actually is one of the common names, and it translates into. I say Miller. Do you have Miller in? Yeah, Miller. Someone who's around the mill. Miller. Yeah, Miller.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So
That's really cool.
that's perverted Ukrainian version of Miller. let's say. A son
Okay.
of, yeah, it's actually a son of someone who is running the mill or, yeah, does something around
That's
the
really
mill.
cool.
Yeah. Yeah, so
I like that. That's really cool.
But that's the
Yeah.
funny thing is, like, if you, because sometimes there are like the funny names in different languages, yeah, but they all kind of narrow down to the very
There's always
old.
a translation.
Yeah. I mean, if you consider the translation, it's all narrowed down to a very old craft. So Smith, Miller, I mean, these guys. And it's in every language, like in Russian, for instance, right? You have Ivan, which is the most, or they claim to be the most common name, and then Ivanov, which means a son of Ivan, is
Okay.
the most common family name, right? But
I have
that's
another
kind of-
question.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I have to admit that Grishuk finally did make a move. Don't look at the position yet.
Cool.
All right. So he has 26 minutes on the clock versus his opponent 1 hour and 8 minutes. What do you think he did after bishop e3?
He captured the bishop, the thing that I would do in 10 seconds. I can see I can trade the piece, I'm
10
trading the piece.
Oh no, he did take the bishop, but I think
See?
he saw something way deeper than just one move.
Yeah, but he'll speed up, of course. Yeah, he'll speed up, but Grishuk is known for that. And, you know, it's kind of late, kind of last couple of years maybe, from time to time, I do get the chance to talk to him, and sometimes even we commentate some stuff together in Russian. Yeah, and
Okay.
I kind of understand till some degree how his brain works, because he's very curious about chess still. So sometimes he says it, he admits it himself. So I'm being impractical, because I do remember what, say, my analysis suggests, and this is the best move and so on. So what sane person would do would play the move that he is sure is the best move according to engine, and then figure out after opponent's reply. But he says, I'm looking at the position and I'm asking myself, okay, that's the best move, but what happens if he does that? Which is not on the file, you know, or he does that, right? And then
I can only imagine the level of analysis.
Yeah, and he ends up spending a lot of time for whatever reason, right? And I think we are once again shown Levon Aronian, and yeah, some deepness, Queen B1. Okay.
Interesting. No, I like that story, and I know that you're full of stories. So whenever you do go into the zone telling stories, I'm just sitting here like, okay, what happened next? You know.
Okay. No, I was, you know, honestly, was puzzled a bit with Aronian's Queen B1 move, but now I realize what happens there. Yeah, it's just that last move for Black was G7, G6. Which introduced the straightforward threat of C5, C4 trapping the bishop. And for some reason, he doesn't want to take on A6. He would rather prefer Black taking his bishop on D3. That's why he goes Queen B1. That's,
okay.
Yeah, once again.
Whenever you're confused about an idea, it's probably the Reti maneuver. That's at least what logic I'm following.
Yeah,
Yes.
so and once again, on our live camera feed, he's yet to play Queen B1. So we are getting those with quite a bit of a delay. That's interesting.
Yeah. You know, I attended the Grand Swiss in Riga, Latvia. And the one thing that really stood out was sort of the attires of the players. Now, there's a huge difference between seeing them on camera and seeing them in person, and the way they sort of carry themselves, the way they dress. And I often just find myself observing a lot more. And the one thing that really stood out was Aronian's sort of the way he dresses. He always dresses very colorfully, or he has some shirt that's bedazzled, or he has like very bright red shoes or something like that. And it always sort of stands out, and it makes you think. It really makes you think, why this fashion choice, and why do you choose to stand out like this while everyone else is just wearing black and white? But yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, he's known for his flamboyant outfits. Yeah, that's true. That's true, and it's interesting. Yeah, and he actually used to play chess that way, so that it would match. Nowadays, I mean,
his style of play.
yeah, absolutely. Nowadays, you're somewhat restricted with the level of preparation, right? You cannot really say, okay, I'll come at the board, I invent something and move 10, and let's play chess, because you won't be allowed. Yeah, but back then, I remember, like, I know Levon since, it's more than 20 years, believe it or not.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. So back then, it was kind of first tournament we played together was 2001 European Championship. And I think we both finished quite poorly, which in my case is not a big surprise. But seriously.
Are you roughly the same age?
I'm still older, like 3.5 years older. But yeah, back then, believe it or not, we had roughly the same rating of 25 plus, like 25-10, 25-20. Don't remember which is which. Yeah, but already there, it was clear how fast and how inventive his mind is. He was obviously not very stable player and sometimes would lose like unnecessary game or two. But when he would get the position he wants, he likes, he understands, it was pleasure to watch.
What would you characterize the English opening as? Would you say that sort of implies that the player's about to play very reserved chess or positional chess rather than attacking sort of open sharp chess? Because I know, maybe not currently, but he was an avid c4 player.
But once again, regrettably, I think, this feature that you would attribute, like looking at the opening moves of a player, you would attribute some kind of character notes to himself. It's no longer valid. So nowadays, people play c4 not to make a forced draw in Berlin or Grunfeld. Regrettably. Yeah, regrettably. Seeking for... Yeah, but at the same time, you're right. Yeah, just like seeking for more lively, complex, strategically complex games. Yeah, because nowadays, once again, I mean, we all love attacking chess. We all love to attack the king. But you go e4 and you face the Berlin defense, and where your attack is.
I suppose you do have stigmas attached to first moves. Like e4 is sort of characterized as this sort of big, tactical, it leads to tactical games and stuff like that. Then you mentioned the Berlin and you say it's like very drawish. So, as an e4 player, I have this sort of stigma in mind that I'm going to have an attacking game. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, but it all goes back to, perhaps times where Sicilian was much more popular when, let's say, Garry Kasparov was the world champion. So he would play a lot of Scheveningen, a lot of Najdov, and what we chess crowd are typically doing, we copying the best players, right? So it will be much more popular to play Sicilian. In the Sicilian, of course, you have many more prospects to develop some sort of a kingside attack or attack on your king, doesn't matter, or on opponent's king, doesn't matter where it is, right? The center attack on the king. Yeah, and that's why the reputation of those like e4 being very aggressive, only if black wants it, right? And then let's compare, like against e4, I would play the Petrov or the Berlin, and then against d4, I would play the King's Indian, for instance. And if you're a kind of a player looking for a sharper game, more complex game, obviously you will go d4 against me, right? Not e4, even though there is, No, I think it really depends on specific choices, and the spike in popularity of English opening, it was really connected not with the English opening itself being that good, but rather with the fact that, like, on all other directions, white kind of got stuck a bit.
Process of elimination. Then you end up with the English and you're like, oh no, this is actually the best choice. Oh no. Well, I mean, you didn't mention Scotch Gambit at all, so I'm very disappointed.
Yeah, but how do you play the Scotch Gambit against the Petrov? If I'm first to deviate, like you go knight f3, and then I go knight
Yeah.
f6, and it's already... Speaking
What about
of...
the Stafford gambit?
That's the thing that Eric Rosen, one of the very popular streamers, advocates on Twitch. Yeah,
Yes.
let me spoil all the fun. White is much better if he knows.
Oh no,
Yeah,
it turns out I
yeah.
have to learn theory then, because my results against the Stafford are quite disappointing.
All right, so here what we had was, I'm actually somewhat surprised how did they end up being there. Because Aronian, I'm trying to figure out, because I know the line quite a bit, and then the usual move is, of course, knight f3. By saying usual, there is, once again, nowadays there is no such thing as usual. The usual move is the one that you've prepared for the game, right? But if you check the database, I mean, it's knight f, hang on, one second. Knight f3, c5, castles, then you can do stuff. You can take on c4, go knight d7, but that's the main thing. Knight c6, a3, takes, and then you can track it all the way back to perhaps like Botvinnik Capablanca guys. I mean, when the theory of Nimzowitsch defense was only invented, like they were blind, or those sailors, like how Columbus ended up, discovering America when he was headed to India. So that's type of opening analysis, right? So nowadays, of course, it's all different. CD5, ED5, A3. Once again, I believe it's some sort of an attempt just to get a playable position. Bishop D6, Queen C2. Okay, knight goes to E2. So, do you play from time to time, Jesse? Do you play the Queen's Gambit? The Queen's Gambit. I know
Probably with black.
Yeah, you
I don't
watched
do D4.
you watched the Queen's Gambit, but okay, with black. So you would know that this is called the Carlsbad structure, then, right?
The
I mean,
Carlsbad.
CD5,
I've heard of
ED5.
that, yes.
Yeah, so it does look like a very good Carlsbad for white, if not for the fact that he forgotten to develop the bishop from C1. So this would be like with bishop on G5. That would be incredible Queen's Gambit for white. So the bishop is C1, C1.
Okay.
So,
I mean, probably Carlsbad, but I usually refer to as the Queen's Gambit declined exchange, but that's much longer.
yeah. No, I mean, once again, you're absolutely right. It fully describes the structure I'm talking about. But I think the name, as most of the names for the variations, they either come from the person who played it or the tournament, the location, right? So and then you have the Vienna game and London system, not just because they fancy Big Ben or something. It's just it was played in London, right? And so on.
Right,
And therefore Carlsbad, it's a place in Czech Republic, right? Named,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, when I did pick up a chess book, I would often see game references and then the place be Carlsbad. So,
Carlsbad, So the place itself is called Karlovy Vary, which is the same as Carlsbad. So it's Carlsbad, in fact, in English, right?
Oh.
Yeah, Carlsbad. And back then it was part of Austro-Hungarian Empire, whatever. So they use German for this specific name, and then now it's...
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Because in Afrikaans, the South African language, Bad means bath.
Yeah. So Carlsbad, it's bath of Karl perhaps the king or whatever. And there was a tournament there when they've maybe not invented this line, but kind of somewhat developed the theory, and then from then on they are calling it the Carlsbad structure. Okay, let's try to go a little bit closer to the actual position on the board. G7, G6, that's what we've seen from a camera view. A little bit.
There is a live move. Goodness. Okay, please continue.
Just want to say that it's a little bit hard to explain what players actually want in this position. Interestingly, I mean, this kind of structure. So white is not interested in capturing on c5 too early, for instance. neither black is inclined to take on d4 or go c4. Like, for instance, we could say black can go c4 first, force this bishop to go to f5, and then say go g6, forcing it to h3, right? But since you've put the pawn on c4, you kind of eliminate the tension on white's center. Then white will have easy time going f3 and e4 breaking through. With pawn on c5, it's much harder, right? Much harder, because now when you will play f3, it's very likely that I will take on d4. So c takes d4, knight takes d4. It's still an isolated pawn for black, but the fact
it's
that
not as effective.
the fact that you've played f3, you know, the e3 pawn is weaker. Yeah, so it's some sort of a, I think it's what's the bicycle track or whatever this sport's called, so-called surplus. You know, when they are kind of riding, but they're waiting for each other to kind of, you make a move and then I'll know what to do, sort of thing. And that's something that describes the player's actions in this structure. It's the same thing, black doesn't want to take on d3 first, interestingly. So after g6...
So the threat is stronger than the execution. You don't actually plan on taking, but rather just the threat of taking is just so overwhelming, I can imagine.
All that, plus nobody has a threat. That's what I would, that's what I would describe the position. Like,
but probably this bishop a6 is quite annoying for white if they have this idea of f3, e4, and then obviously the threat of d3, d4, all of these things.
Yeah, so now the guy has played, Aronia has played queen b1, and Vidit ended up moving the bishop back to b7.
Ah. So he's like, I've served my purpose, I'm going back.
Right, and maybe just a little bit to add, so if black exchanges on d3, or maybe I have to speak about this in that position, right? The very sensitive topic of good bishops and bad bishops, right? I mean, you pick up the chess book, they teach you like some basic chessmate patterns, and then they feed you with all this positional nonsense, like good bishops, bad bishops, structures, and so on. Now, of course, I'm kidding here. Yeah, you need to learn such things. But interestingly, this type of structure is one of the exceptions, because once again, by the rules, you would say, okay, white's bishop on d3 is the good bishop, and black went to a6 to exchange it, and why did he keep the bishop? And the thing is, if you exchange on d3, the d5 pawn is actually quite weak. And very often white would be threatening to take on c5, jump the knight to f4 if you take with the bishop, you know, maybe even returning to c1, lining up all the threats to d5 pawn. And after bishop b7, yeah, the bishop on d3 is nice looking, but it doesn't do much on this diagonal it is currently on. And to attack the d5 pawn, you actually will have to spend some time with this bishop, like moving it to b3, or moving all the pieces, trying to play bishop e2, bishop f3. So bishop b7, I actually like the move. It's clever, and sometimes it's not very easy to make such moves when you've already went bishop a6, right? And all of us, we are told, okay, don't move the piece for the second time, right? I mean, it's very common. It's once again, you start playing chess and you're told such things.
Yeah.
So kind of admitting that, yeah, my piece now is not that good, so I'll move it, doesn't matter, yeah, I'm losing a tempo, but that's kind of playing the situation, not the rules. So you look at the position and yeah, okay, now time to say Berlin, time to play bishop b7.
There are always exceptions to the rules. And you actually asked me the question of whether I play the Queen's Gambit. And I've never actually played the Queen's Gambit, but definitely some systems with d4, so like the Collie system. And I think there's the Zukertort and the classical variation. What are your thoughts on the Collie, by the way?
Collie is what? It's when you play d4. I'm confusing. Do you develop the bishop from c1? Because I know it's d4, e3, c3, knight to f3, knight to d2, bishop to d3, something. Right. So basically,
so the bishop d3 and the Zukertort is where you play b3 and bishop b2, and then go from there. You don't play c4 at all.
Yeah, so the Colli system, it's basically, you know what, it's like you are trying to play the Meran variation of Slav with white, tempo up, right? So the idea is then if black goes c5, you take on c5 and push e4 later, right? And okay, I've never seriously studied because it always sounded like, okay, that's a very modest opening. And recently, maybe not so recently, a couple of years ago, we had masterclass with Peter Swidler on, by the way, on FIDE Online Arena, this one, World Chess Arena.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and Peter told me that in his youth, he was only playing the Colli system. He knew a lot, and he actually was having very good results with it. So you can ask Peter.
Okay.
I mean, whenever you have a chance, maybe he'll have some recommendations. It's actually very nice, and now people get to such things like the popularity of the London system, which is somewhat similar to a Colli system in a way, right? In a way that you can play in a schematic fashion against pretty much anything your opponent does. Right.
Yeah, I remember these webinars actually. It's quite familiar. I attended one of the World Chess webinars where it was Vladimir Kramnik giving the lecture, and you were sort of the intermediary. You were sort of passing on the questions to Kramnik. I remember that.
Yep.
Yeah. Right. So, would you like to take a look at any specific game?
Yeah, but after the little break. So you see, when we are talking non-stop, time passes by easily. Right?
It does indeed.
Yeah. So guys, enjoy the view of the playing hall. Enjoy the view of who is that? I thought it was Grishuk. Yeah, Grishuk walking in the playing hall, and we will be back after a few minutes break.
All right.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to World Chess FIDE Grand Prix series, first tournament in Berlin and the first round. Right, Jesse, we are back, and we are back with the which we thought was the most interesting game of today, right? Vincent Keymer and Daniil Dubov, at least till that point, right?
Indeed. We do have that position on the board. We have a live position as well.
Yeah, it's just that it seems that we've got the position which is supposed to be live. It's a little bit stuck, in fact, because I think it's
There were a few more moves being played, but I can see your King of 8 ideas played as well.
yeah, at some point. So I think it better be with the analysis board, because the game itself advanced a little bit further than that. Yes, and now what we have on the board is obviously black to move, because he's down a piece. He just captured on c4, and so on. Yeah, and it seems that the worst is over for Daniil Dubov. I think he has reasonable position now. Yeah, so look what has happened. After bishop c4, yeah, no surprise, dc4, d5, breaking through using the pin, king f8, and it turned out white, yeah, couldn't find anything better but to take back on c4, queen c7, and well, I don't think white has any big advantage, if something at all. So how to continue? But I mean, black is kind of ready to capture on d5 if nothing happens.
Well, he's definitely won Connect 4 with g2, f3, 4, and d5.
Yeah, that's. Well, actually, is there such game variant, like when you have to build some specific, pawn formation? Because there've been a lot of, especially when chess went online at full swing. Yeah, it's been a lot of maybe old chess variants popularized, like 3 checks thing and stuff like that. Yeah, but seriously, what white has to do, because I think if you just take and trade the queens, I don't know if white's better at all. Maybe to try to connect your ideas with immediate e5, maybe that helps. Because if I just play normally, right, it's an endgame, 4 pawns each. Maybe you can make an argument a5 is just a tiny bit weak, but once again, bishop b4 is there. So I think black is all right. It's just that maybe e5 kind of disrupting a little bit right here. Maybe that's what white has to do, because no knight d7, no knight d5 yet. You need to play some awkward move, maybe knight e8. And who knows, maybe white can build something on that. But even this is, I mean, it's not guaranteed. So perhaps he let his advantage slip, right? The moment he captured on b4 when we were talking here. Like he could have taken on d5.
Perhaps was knight takes d5 rather.
Yeah, perhaps knight d5 was a little bit better. Right, and then, there is a group that we barely talked about, the D group, where Wesley So is playing with Dominguez, and there are 2 more players. And let's find out who's playing the D group, D pool.
Yeah, so we have Wesley So playing against Dominguez Perez, both from the US, and then we have Alexei Shirov versus Pentala Harikrishna. And I don't think we've given the D group that much attention, although we are heading into an endgame where Wesley So is playing against Perez, and they both have quite a lot of time, I would say, on the clock.
Yeah, so
having played.
I would guess it was some sort of perhaps some sort of an opening debate. When you have such a position, it's already an endgame, and with potential to more stuff come off the board, especially the pawns, right? f5 to trade yet another pair of pawns. And you would expect this position to happen after the time trouble, after a lot of fight.
Yeah.
It's move 23. It's move 23. Yeah. So you can imagine it was some, I don't know, straightforward opening line. And and here one would think that, yeah, okay, black has the passed pawn on b4, maybe some chances, but not really. I think white is pretty safe. Like, he'll put the knight on b3, put the knight on b3, put the other knight to d2 if needed, so the b pawn will be safely blocked. And once again, the amount of pawns on the board is very limited, and that adds to the fact that the position has to be completely drawish, because common knowledge, 2 knights do not checkmate the bare king, right? And when you have, when you have like 3 pawns each, whenever you feel like you're a weaker side, you exchange 1 additional pair of pawns, and you're allowed to sacrifice a knight for each other pawn, right?
Oh, okay, right, yes.
So that's typically how you approach such positions. I mean, okay, I'm a little bit worse, I'm scared, okay, can I just eliminate all his pawns so he will not checkmate me with 2 knights?
Yeah, I'm learning something new, so that's really cool. I didn't know. But I always thought, okay, as long as there are pawns on the board, it's always possible that there is a mate. But yeah, in future I will definitely just sacrifice my knight.
Yeah, I mean it's one of the methods, defensive methods against the pair of knights. Yeah. Shall we talk a little bit, because we've done so at the very beginning, but maybe let's try to go a little bit more in detail. I have regulations printed right in front of me. So Grand Prix Series 2022 played under, one would argue, somewhat confusing format, right? But it's nothing confusing about that. It's once again a little bit shift in the format. A little shift in the format. Last time, the previous Grand Prix cycle was played as the knockout, precisely with same 16 players entering each event. So now we once again have 16 players, but instead of early knockout stages, we will have double round robin group tournaments. 4 players in each group, double round robin, which means 6 rounds. And after 6 rounds, whoever wins the group goes into the semi-final. I still didn't quite find out the way they're paired in the semi-final, quite possibly by blind pairing. That's one of the options, right? So what is Grand Prix Series? It's the qualification event, right, for the most prestigious, and one would say the main tournament in chess players' career, the candidates tournament, right? Okay, the main event is the match, but match is the match, and in terms of tournaments, in order to play the World Championship match, you have to win the candidates tournament, and Grand Prix is one of the ways to qualify. Yeah.
Is it true that only one female ever made it to the Open Candidates event? Now it's Judith Polgar.
Which is Judith Polgar. Yeah, I think so.
I'm not sure the year. If you know much about that.
No, not really.
Okay.
Not really. I thought, speaking of female participants, I think Ho Yifan played in the series. She didn't qualify, but she did play in the Grand Prix series. A couple of cycles before that. Yeah. All right. So players who did qualify for the Grand Prix series. How people qualify for the Grand Prix series? From the World Cup, from the Grand Swiss, and we have I think 3 players from the Grand Swiss here, right? Or more? No, more than 3 players. Like Shirov is also from. Yes, so it's been. 8 people qualified from the Grand Swiss. The Grand Swiss provided us with half of the playing field, in fact. Yeah, by the way, Keima and Dubov, they went into this exchange on C6 line that I can see from a camera view. All right, then standard rating. This is the way Ding Liren qualified and didn't take part because of the visa restrictions. I have to say about Ding Liren, I mean, he really a poor fellow. He didn't play chess for a couple of years already.
Wow, I had no idea, because I know there are 2 other legs left. I'm wondering if he will still be able to qualify and play in the remaining 2. because I think that all players in the Grand Prix circuit will only play 2 out of the 3. So I'm hoping to see him in the future ones.
Right. And then we have nominations. Yeah, by rating there is some very complex formula that I will not read out loud. But just believe me, there is a formula for that.
Okay.
And then
the secret formula.
Yeah, and then one player nominated by FIDE president, and that I believe was Daniel Dubov, if I'm not mistaken. And then one player nominated by the organizers, and in case of Berlin, it's surely Vincent Keimer. So two nominees playing each other. Yeah.
Yep. So Vincent Keimer is the only German grandmaster playing in this event, I believe.
Yep. I think by that point he's also the highest rated German grandmaster. Yeah, but even if there've been examples like you have someone higher rated in the country, but he's also considered to be a young talent, right? I mean, as you said, 17 years of age, right?
17 years old, and then Osipenko being 19. Yeah.
Yeah. Chess is getting younger and younger these days.
Yes.
Alireza is 18 and he's what, number 3, 4, somewhere around there.
And I'm out here feeling really old at 25. My goodness. Yes, but it's incredible. What are your thoughts on Magnus Carlsen's comment that he made in an interview saying that he will only play in the next World Championship match if his opponent is Alireza?
Yeah. I don't know. He's entitled to come up with bold claims, but we'll see.
He's won so many that it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah. What I know, Jesse, that Magnus was not allowed to participate in the Grand Prix series. That's funny. That's actually funny, and I think it might have something to do with the argument. I would not claim that I've invented it, but I certainly stated at some point that in FIDE regulations, they tend to forget the world champion. And and imagine you're writing the regulation and you say like players by rating, for instance. Some players qualify to Grand Prix series or to candidates tournament by rating. And you tend to forget that theoretically, world champion Magnus Carlsen, he is the highest rated player. So if you do not explicitly exclude him from the pool of players, he might show up and play. And he's not such a coward, but in a way, you can affect the results of the candidate. So you're the world champion, you're still guaranteed the world championship match, no matter what, right? And then you take part in the candidates, or you take part in the Grand Prix, and then you beat one guy, you lose to the other guy, just to make sure that the right guy qualifies.
Very true. So what happens if Magnus ends up playing in the candidates and he wins? Does he play himself in the match? He's not allowed to play.
Yeah, so
I thought that at some point the world champion was allowed to play in the candidates, is it not?
I think he never did. Never did. I mean, maybe because of this ruling mistake or the description mistake. Maybe that's the only reason why. Magnus, some people argue that he doesn't have to play the World Cup as well because it's also part of the cycle, but then he ends up with no tournaments at all.
So it makes me wonder, probably Alireza was too high rated, or perhaps he already qualifies for the candidates that he's not playing in the Grand Prix.
Yeah, I think he's... Yeah, wait a second. Who didn't he win the Grand Swiss, Alireza?
Yes.
I thought he did, yeah. So that means he's in the candidates, yeah. So
the candidates. So perhaps he was invited, but then he was like, why do I have to play?
Yeah. All right, so let's go back to the D group, and that's one game in the D group. Yes, as we said, looks okay to me at least. Looks pretty drawish.
3 pawns each in 2 knights. So.
Yeah, and I actually have hard times to claim one side to be better than the other. Honestly, it's like black, you need to have the king on c4 in this moment to claim that, okay, I have a passed pawn and maybe I have chances, right? With king on g8, nothing's happening. For white as well, strangely enough, I would say exactly the same. You need to have the king on c4, but this time with white, to claim that b pawn is actually the b pawn is actually weak, and maybe I'm winning the b pawn and have chances 3 versus 2, right? And being as it is, it's balanced, right? And
in the other game in the D group, sorry, there Miro. In the other game, we have Alexa Sheriff versus Pantala Harikrishna, and it's also another end game, although a very massive time deficit.
But it will not matter, I'm afraid, because it looks like it will end up in a draw, question mark. I think, yeah, they were, let me elaborate on this. They were repeating the moves, and I think Shirov has now been to move. He can repeat the position for the 3rd time. He's pawn down, he certainly has the compensation, but I don't think he has more than that. I think it will be a draw very soon, if not now.
Okay. So maybe he's taking the time to find something else, and if he doesn't find, then he will just repeat.
Yeah, quite possibly. And no, I mean, they're just repeating. They're just repeating. It was I will not show the game, but just to mention, it was very sharp and once again very, very long line in the Caro-Kann advanced it, this e5 move in the Caro-Kann, 3e5, known to some people, I believe. So there certainly are some people in, let's say, in the world who know this line start to finish.
Okay. There is actually a list of current qualifiers for the candidates said by chat. There's Jan Nepomniachtchi, there's Timur Rajabov, Jan Christoph Duda, and Sergei Karyakin, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiana Caruana.
All right, and let's try to deduct kind of who's coming from what. Certainly Firouzja is from the Grand Swiss. Karyakin and Duda are the finalists of the World Cup.
Yes. Jan is
because
probably
of the match,
just the previous challenger,
the match, or previous winner of the candidates, which actually is the same thing. No, it's not the same thing, because I think I know how they worded it. It's actually the loser in the World Championship match. Because imagine Magnus losing the match, he would still have the right to qualify for the candidates, even though he's not a previous challenger, he's not the winner of the previous candidates, but he would play in the candidates anyway.
It's probably just a euphemistic way of saying it. I'm assuming that Timur Rajabov, since he was wronged in the previous candidates because of him not being able to play because of personal reasons, and then them sort of just continuing with it another time anyway. So I'm assuming that's it.
Yeah,
I'm not too sure.
Jesse, and we have the first result, finally.
We do.
Finally, we have the first result. It's a draw for Shirov and Harikrishna, as I've mentioned. There was a way to repeat the moves, and they did repeat the moves. So shortly we will have interview with the players live, I believe.
Okay.
All right. All the other games are in progress. We have another game with a draw.
Hikaru recently played some not best move with black, but now I played one of main line, and just during the game I started with Queen B3. I think if I want to try to have some advantage, I mean at least to play, I saw during the game, I play Queen B3 and C6, and now after knight e5, Queen C7, C4, it's probably not. Nothing, but I should have started with knight e5, Queen C8, Queen B3. At least at this moment, it might be some play for white. I don't know. And then after, I think Hikaru played very good moves. And
So,
I just had nothing. Okay,
Hikaru, it seemed to me that the maneuver knight d8, d6, when you were able to perform that, more or less the game was equal at that point.
I mean, that's the critical moment. Can white play some order with knight e5 and c4, queen b3, c4? If white can't get in the c4 move, then I think it's just nothing at all. It's probably just equal. So, I mean, probably 1 to 2 moves there were very critical. I mean, I'm sure the computer will say we missed something, but it seemed, at least from a human standpoint, I mean, pretty solid.
One last question for you, Hikaru. It's more than 2 years already. This is the first classical game in 2 years for you. Are you planning to get back on the grind? Are you planning to come back to the circuits, depending on the circumstances? What are your ideas for the next months, apart from the Grand Prix, of course?
I mean, it's not been announced, but there's probably a classical tournament in St. Louis sometime in April or May that I'm probably going to play in. But I've said it before many times. Anybody who watches my stream, you know, I enjoy streaming. That's the main thing. You know, I will say that, of course, it's very difficult because this line that happened today, Etienne tried to trick me. He had obviously looked at games I'd played online with Bishop b4. I mean, I played against Nepo also in the World Rapid. And oddly enough, I actually lost a game in this knight h4 move order to Wesley So in the Grand Chess Tour in Croatia in 2019, specifically because Wesley had seen a game that I played against Jordan van Forst Untitled Tuesday, maybe like 3 years before. So, I mean, it's obviously very tricky doing both, but I mean, I'm enjoying it. It's fun. But I do think perhaps at the end of the game I was a little bit too jumpy. I was moving a little bit too quickly just because I haven't played in so long and played classical at least, and it felt very boring. So, and maybe I have to move a little bit slower.
Okay. Thanks both of you for your questions.
All right. So I was wrong then, because I said first game has finished, and in fact I've completely forgotten about this game. So we do have 2 results, Jesse. Because
Yeah,
I was right, but at the same time I was wrong. So Shirov and
I wonder if we will go
Kulichikhina.
into another one. You think we'll go into another interview?
No, not yet. I think they'll inform me.
Okay, no
they are
problem.
getting ready. Yeah, they're getting ready so we can be switched off to the players anytime soon. But yeah, just one more time. So Hikaru managed to equalize against Etienne, as they've explained in the interview. Right, so 2 draws that is, and for their, you know, for the players, for the same players in the group, it's actually now a very important moment, because if you win, you immediately become the sole leader in the group. And yeah, the reminder, you have to win the group in order to... Yeah, okay, so we are ready for the second interview, and we'll be back right after.
Well, there is not much to say. Actually, about 1 year ago, when I first time analyzed this endgame into the quite deep, I thought white had excellent winning chances, but I probably made some mistake at some moments. So, because when I came back to this position maybe around 2 months ago, and I already realized that that it's nothing special for white. That probably my old assessment was wrong. So okay, basically it was like just playing. I don't know. Maybe I hoped to remember something special during the game, because sometimes some very strange details of your old analysis come when it's in the moment of the biggest concentration, but unfortunately this was not the case. So this was a correct draw. I mean, Pentala and just defended how black should defend.
A question for Hikaru. It seemed to me, Hikaru, you played super fast the opening, that you had it well prepared. Is that a correct assessment of your strategy for the game for today?
Yeah, I did look into this particular variation. Actually, I mean, engine says 0.00, but still black has to be bit accurate, I think. Of course, white's compensation is without any doubt, as I cannot move my knight on d5. And there was just one move which black needs to know after bishop e2 to go rook c7. But otherwise, I think, I mean, I didn't see any chances where white could improve in the game. So I'm happy with with the way to handle.
Did you know that Alexei had played this same line against Najir a few years ago in a previous game? You knew this precedent?
Actually, against Blue Bomb
Okay,
from...
it was rapid chess.
yeah.
Confused things. So I don't think it's a good reference.
No.
So it's from rapid game, and he took c takes d5, and of course f4 is the critical move. Yeah, I didn't expect that he will repeat c takes d5.
No, just a
yeah,
the reference that you played the line.
I knew. Of course, I have to see all his games.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the answers. Thank you very much.
Okay, so two draws down, 6 more to go. Hopefully not all 6 other
I
games
don't
will
know
finish in a
about
draw. Hopefully not.
you did mean it ambiguously that there wouldn't all be draws.
No, they won't. They won't. There's certainly going to be something. Even though, let's do a little kind of overview what happens in all other games, like jumping quickly from one to the other, because Dominguez, as I'm speculating, So and Dominguez will be a draw, right? Here we got stuck in the Kema versus Dubov. We got stuck for some reason. This game is not updating, so I will have to bring it up on the analysis board to see what the actual position looks like.
Yep, the queens are definitely off the board.
Yeah, the queens are off the board. They are playing this endgame, and as I said, perhaps white is slightly better. He didn't play e5, the move I was talking about, but yeah. Okay, so here, Dominguez with Wesley So. I don't think, once again, it's like, I don't think white is at any risk of losing, because he brought the king to d3, so he's in the square of the b pawn, and might actually at some, I don't know, under some scenario, I can imagine white winning the b pawn. Let's say the knights are exchanged, and somehow white marches with the king, wins the b pawn. But by that time, black certainly has to be able to, win the pawn back on the king side, or maybe just trade all the pawns. So once again, I believe it's...
Sacrificing the knight for all of them?
Yeah. So really, I would be very surprised if this is not a draw.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of, it's fairly balanced, this one. What else do we have? Fedoseev with Oparin we didn't check for quite a while. Okay.
Right.
Some simplifications there, but okay, that's alive and kicking. I think Fedoseev is better. Fedoseev is better against...
dynamic. But would you say after winning the d5 pawn that there are still chances for white to gain a proper advantage?
If he wins the d pawn, yeah, of course. Of course. I mean, well, perhaps we have to wait first so that people at home know what we are talking about. I see the position on my screen. I know you can see on yours. Yeah, but we are still...
For those of you having the live games open as well as the commentary, I would definitely, if you are wanting to sort of hop from one game to another, to open up the live games and then obviously listen in case we do sort of mention something important or tell stories. I mean, that's what we're here to do.
Yeah, so that's the development of, once again, left board, the brighter board. That's a development of the game between Fedoseev and Oparin, right? b3, b takes, changes on d4, rook c4. So perhaps black was not on time to kind of do it properly, I want to say, because he ended up with an isolated pawn and also had to exchange the dark square bishop, which doesn't seem to be that scary for the time being. But a few moves later, like knight e3, rook e4, queen a1, that in that position, I can already see this battery on the long diagonal, the queen on a1, bishop on b2. They do have, I mean, there is some value in it, right? There is certainly some pressure on this diagonal.
Yeah. And I mentioned the Reti maneuver, so I feel very proud of myself.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's ready from the ready opening. Yeah, exactly. Like he was playing rook a1 to c1, lifting this rook to c2, and then moving the queen in the corner. Yeah.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I'm thinking, what happens if he pushes h4? Can he do that? Can he do that? Because I'm kind of debating with myself if d5 is possible or not possible to take. Maybe check on a8 in the right moment, because yeah, like takes here. I thought if you capture d7, rook e1, yeah. If you capture d7, it's rook e1. So if I give a check now, it's
so
knight
maybe there's
f8.
also rook h5. Okay, I understand.
At some point, yeah, like, yeah, I mean, it's tricky, maybe, because h4 is, I mean, if you can play h4, then you want to play h4, right? Tell
Sorry,
me.
it was played. That's amazing. How did you do that?
What?
It's like magic.
The whole sequence,
it was
h4. H4.
H4 was played, yes.
Yeah, but that's, once again, I mean, it's a desirable move. You just played h5 a couple of moves ago, and clearly not to create a luft for the king, because then you would play h6. So h5 is played with the intention to move the h-pawn forward. And my only concern was if it works tactically, if you can play h4 and d5 cannot be taken. And it seems that, yeah, it works. And then maybe black is out of danger, in fact, because now if I don't do anything, I don't know how I don't do anything, but let's pretend it's black to move, right? So black maybe already there can take on g3 and then sacrifice in exchange on e3. Okay, how do I make it? Okay, I'll never mind. I mean, I'll do some silly moves. Just to pass the move order. So same position, but with black to move, just to illustrate, right? So that black would take, and quite possibly he can take on e3, this tactical idea, right? And when you take, it's queen g4, shifts here, g4 attacking g3, attacking e2. And white is lucky if it's only a perpetual. Let's put it this way. So I'm not claiming black is winning, but black certainly is out of danger and white is not guaranteed yet.
Very true. And there's no way for white to escape in a position like that, because I was looking at bishop takes f6 and
you mean at the very end? Yeah, bishop f6.
Yes,
I would take on g3 intermediate and then take on f6. Once again, I'm confident in the way that black always has to have at least a perpetual. So I'm not claiming black is better after this exchange sacrifice or something, but that's, you know, this logic once again. If in a clear position, one side has draw guaranteed, you somehow turn to believe this side is better. It might be not the case, but the assurance of, okay, if thing goes wrong, I'll just give a perpetual check, right?
If it feels right, it is right.
yeah, exactly. All right, and I think, wait a second, moves are not played, yeah. h4 and white's thinking. Okay, in order...
The only move that was played was Wesley So got out of his chair. Very important move.
Yeah, yes. and he's back.
He's
he
back.
got out of his chair and he's immediately back. But I think for this kind of players, it's very, how to say, it's very easy. They know how to do make a draw in such positions. So. Or rather, I'm not even sure who's playing for a win if we are discussing the position at our right, the position between Wesley So and Lenier Dominguez.
Yeah, I'm quickly taking a look at that position as well. So they exchanged a pair of knights and probably... Is there a rule that you have to play a certain number of moves before agreeing on a draw?
There must be. I mean, I can browse the regulations, which are. I mean, there's a lot of rules.
A lot of stuff.
A lot of rules. Yeah, I can see the monies. You can ask chat, Jesse. I mean, if they are interested in knowing how much money people get, we can disclose.
Do you guys want to know about the
money?
Big bucks?
yeah. We can disclose all the figures. I don't don't see. I mean, it's really too many pages. But nowadays, it's very common in FIDE tournaments that there is some sort of restriction on kind of agreeing early draw. But once again, it's not a big problem in a position like Dominguez's, right? I don't think it's such a problem. I mean, you want me to play more moves, I'll play more moves. Honestly, I think it's not a stupid rule. It's just that sometimes, like, players have to be flexible and also arbiters have to be flexible, because if, let's say, the rule requires me to play 40 moves and after, say, 25 moves we have rook endgame 3 pawns each. It's understandable for us, the players, it's understandable for at least half of the spectators that it's going to be that dead, I mean, it is a dead draw, nothing can happen. And then we force players to play another 15 meaningless moves. So sometimes it's sort of a drawback of, you know, right. But
Makes sense.
Here,
but I suppose there is an alternative. You could just repeat moves.
Yeah, and that's what they do, and sometimes they kind of make it in a sarcastic fashion by playing, certainly, I mean, maybe not the worst moves, because, I mean, it was a draw and it's still a draw after the move, but I'd say playing King G2, King G1, King G2, right, when you
I remember King E2, King E7, King E1, King E8.
Okay, that's a little bit too much, this one. That's that was to be a little bit too much.
That was so funny. Were you doing commentary for the Tata Steel?
No. Last time I've been active as the commentator was the match. Match, yeah. But now we have 3 Grand Prix, and let's see.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Maybe more stuff to come. Okay, so 94, knight to f5, knight to f3. They found it.
Okay, repeating moves.
Yeah, so this position compare with this position. It's exactly the same position, but 2 moves earlier. And 2 moves later, my bet is that we will have the same position and the draw will be agreed.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Someone in chat says, unfortunately, we'll just have to accept that draws do, in fact, happen often at this level. And it's very true. And when we do see exciting chess or an exciting result, we jump straight on that as well.
Yeah, you know, Jesse, I think all this attempt to fight with kind of meaningless draws, it actually comes from the past. And there is still no cure against this thing. But I remember, like, people playing against Garry Kasparov, and actually I have some specific players in mind, but I will not name. But there were cases like you get a good position, better position, you understand it's better, everything, but that's Kasparov in front of you, and then you offer a draw, and those are disappointing games where clearly, like, some full-blooded Sicilian, you know, with a lot of pieces, everything's sharp, and all of a sudden a draw agreed because one player is somewhat afraid of the other player. So that was a little bit silly. And nowadays silly draws are those Berlin 20 moves or 10 moves. Sometimes people just we don't want to play the Berlin kind of thing. This is also a bit disappointing, but as they say, what was it? I mean, there was some Oriental, maybe coming from Arabic words, that you can force a horse to the spring, but even a devil cannot force it to drink from it. I mean, right? So something like that.
Very funny. Yeah, it's a funny comment as well.
But really, Jesse, that's what we are trying to do. I mean, if they don't want to play, you can set a limit of 100 moves, and they will play silly 100 moves, agree a draw. Right?
No, that's very, very true.
So the format,
there's
perhaps.
Another result?
Yeah, it is a result. It's official. It's a draw. So D group, D pool doesn't have a leader after round 1 because quite fast both games finished in a draw. So we'll have to wait a bit for an interview with Wesley So and Linier Dominguez. And meanwhile, I'm closing this game, which means we are left with 5 games only.
Yes, indeed. And Grishuk has 5 minutes left on the clock.
Grishuk, Sasha,
yeah.
what a thing, want to claim that it's unheard of, Grishuk being in a time
Okay.
trouble. Never happen. Never happen. Right, so I
Was it?
think, whenever we gonna be back to analysis board or I don't know, the board view, it's better be Grishuk's game.
Okay. Sounds good.
Wait a second, I can see only 4. I have a strong suspicion that Dubov is playing in kind of a separate hall because it's only 4. When we had the camera view on the playing hall, there were only 4 players, right? And so Dubov is playing. That's a confirmation of that, but apparently in a separate hall. All right. So I was told we will have another interview, obviously with the guys who just finished in a draw, right? So Dominguez and Wesley Saw, that is. And also we are coming closer to the end of another hour of commentary. So might as well, like when the interview starts, we might take a little break. So you guys will listen to the interview, maybe wait for us for a couple of minutes after, and then, we will restart coverage. Still 5 games going. Kema, maybe, once again, I'm not coming with any bold claims, but this, despite being an endgame, that's a lively position. So I hope Kema will have some chances, and this game will be kept interesting. All right, so we have an interview, a short break after that, and we'll be back.
In a draw, quite a solid game. Wesley, it seemed to me the position in the middle game was quite interesting. You had mobile centre pawns against his outside A pawn. What were your sensations after the opening?
First I'd like to thank FIDE and the World Chess Organization for holding this event. It's been a very interesting to play for them again. I think last time I played was 2.5 years ago. And so this format is very interesting. It's very short, and it's hard to predict what's going to happen. But I mean, Lenier is a very good player, obviously, and the opening is very well prepared. And he's played the Queen's Gambit accepted before, but I didn't expect today to see B5, which is very double-edged. But Black is very solid as well. And I think I mixed up my preparation, like probably D5 in the middle game was not threatening at all because Bishop A6 forces exchanges. I think I'm supposed to play Rook E1 there, and Black plays Knight D7 or something like that. But today wasn't ideal. I think I still have some jet lag, so I was falling asleep on the board. Okay. But obviously you want to push more with the white pieces, but today was not my day.
Okay. Let's go to Lenier. As Wesley said, your preparation in this game seemed really on point. And my question is, did you think you could have some winning chances in the end game with the outside pass pawn, or do you think it was a draw all the way along? I mean, when you get to the ending with the 2 knights.
Yeah, looks like a draw to me because I do have the B pawn, but I think with his king on D3, it's very unlikely that I will ever have any real chances, and also there is so little material that there will always be a way, I thought, to trade the king side pawns. I was even calculating a bit in the final position, maybe to go G5 instead of Knight F5, but it seems to me it's an easy draw in many ways.
Okay. Yeah, I can play F3, G3.
Yeah, F3 and then King C2 also.
I think if Black really wants to try to win, he has to sacrifice the H7 pawn and go King F7, King E6, and just run the King to D5.
Yeah, but also in many endgames, it's impossible to give the pawns, and because 2 knights cannot win. So I thought it's very, very difficult to win this endgame.
A fun position if that had happened in the game. So the last question for Wesley, for example, the other game in the group, you're in Group D, in Pool D. The other game between Shirov and Hikaru finished in a draw. Yeah. Were you checking out that game during your own game?
Yeah, it's hard not to see because they're a few feet away. But I think that line was very forcing. Many games have been played similarly like this, and Pentala came very well prepared. I think Black just has to be a bit careful. But if Shirov couldn't make any progress. Like in the final position, he could just play king f2, king f3 and wait. I thought he had some chances later on by playing bishop e2 and bishop f3 at some point, but I tried to not watch any games but focus on mine.
Thank you both for coming after the game here and giving your impressions of the game. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll just take a picture for the... Okay. Thank you.
But I've been living in the US for over 10 years now. So I think in the US there are a lot of opportunities. I like math, and it's my favorite subject. And my biological mother was an accountant. So, but I generally dislike that. It's very boring, even though I studied in college. So I probably would have to do something with computers, with IT. Generally like that format. I like technology.
Fair enough. And now that US team is so strong, how do you evaluate your chances in the next Olympiad in Moscow 2022?
Yeah, that's true. It's good. It seems like after every 2 years, another strong foreigner comes to play for the US. But it's all thanks to the St. Louis Chess Club. So now US chess is booming. We have a lot of tournaments. I think if we're in good form, if everyone's in good form, then we have very good chances. So we have the Olympiad has 5 players. I think if 3 players are in very good form on any team, then they have very good chances. But Russia is also, of course, very strong. If Ian is in very good shape, then they could be the huge favorite. So I will see. I think the last time we played the Olympiad in Batum in 2018, Hikaru and I were in bad shape, so we still got silver. But I think if Fabiano gets back his form, and if Levon gets back his form, then we'll be in good shape, because Lenier and I are very solid in the lower boards.
That sounds like a great plan. All right, thank you very much, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like I'm back. We are back for the live coverage of round 1 of FIDE Grand Prix Series 2022. Well, we are approaching the time trouble stage, Jesse, and still not a single result, right? I mean, if we don't count, draw doesn't count, right? Draws doesn't count.
Yeah, indeed. And is there a second time control, perhaps?
You mean after 40 moves, if they...
Yes.
Yeah, they do get more time. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay, that's true. I think all the action is happening in the B group right now with FIDE C versus Operin, as well as Richard Rapport versus Radislau.
Yeah, that's quite likely. We've brought up this game on the screen, Keima versus Dubov. The reason for that being that perhaps we have a glitch in our live board, because that's certainly not what... I mean, the board that right behind us, right below us, the board that it's certainly not the position.
Not accurate.
That's not the position. I mean, there's something's going on. Right, yes. So if we could have the analysis board. Yeah, okay, that's the position now. That is, yeah, I think we had it at some point, right? Knight b4, bishop takes, exchange on f3, knight d7, f4 was played, and Daniel went for rook c6. That's the current situation. Came down to 10 minutes, double of that is on Dubov's clock, and it's move 35. So I think no one's going to have any issues getting to move 40. And I always want to claim that white is better in such positions, having the bishop, having the king closer to the a-pawn. Like the only weakness perhaps in the black's camp is the a-pawn. But at the same time, you know, the practice proves that black always has some tricks. Always has some trick. Knight is very tricky piece, like yeah, rook c4 now, for instance. If we go king a3, maybe rook c4, maybe even like knight b6, for instance. Knight b6. Can you win the a4?
Would this be another situation, if I may? Would this be another situation where the pawns belonging to white are a little bit too far advanced, putting them at risk, or no?
Yeah, could be. Well, it's not that white could risk in any kind of such positions, right? Well, in fact, if there would be the pawn I want to move, it's the a pawn. So the pawn on a6, I would prefer it to be on a6, not on a4, right? For black. So I don't think white risks a lot, but at the same time, yeah, just let's watch what happened like on the previous moves. I think what Dubov did was clever, like starting to advance the king side. So g4, g5. He's trying to once again to reduce the number of pawns on the board, and that's typical. I think that's one of those common advices that people sometimes forget. That you're a stronger side in the endgame, you want to exchange pieces, which is logical because if you're a pawn up, you win pretty much all the pawn endings, right? And if you're a weaker side, you want to trade pawns. So if it's only one pawn left and you can sacrifice the minor piece for this pawn and make a draw this way, right? So Dubov, well, in a way, he follows this advice. So he exchanges on f3, then he goes knight d7, so he wants his knight to e5. White's forced to play f4, yeah, he covers e5 square, but at the same time creates more targets, right? So now if rook c4 comes, then once again, white pawns are attacked. And yeah, rook d4 is an alternative. That's the other thing I'm thinking about. Kind of, let's put our rook on a 4th rank. Maybe rook d4 is actually an idea. Rook d4, and then depending on the situation, this bishop goes to c3 or a3 or maybe d6, right? And
I like d6 very much.
Yeah, but well, in the middle game, I would agree with you 100%, right? Because it's kind of closer to the king, and it might actually create some threats immediately. But here, it might actually be that you cannot take a4 because of bishop being on d6. And anyway, he just moved, and none of the above happened, no rook d4, but bishop c3 first. Which actually makes sense, because bishop c3 attacks g7. If black reacts by protecting it, then I can go rook d4. I'm sort of won, maybe not a tempo, not a full tempo, but half a tempo. So black had to black had to play unnecessary move in the move that would be unnecessary in the other line. Okay, so now Dubov is thinking after bishop c3. What else though? He might try some knight c5 kind of counter-attacking, or rook c4. Yeah, what's wrong with rook c4, by the way? I'm not sure if there is anything wrong with rook c4. You
rook
know
c4
what?
And rook d4?
Rook d4, you're right. Yeah, and they'll have to, or rather black, if he wants to play rook c4, he will have to access this kind of an endgame, where he probably loses the loses the a4 pawn.
Yeah.
It's just that I'm wondering if it's ever gonna be enough, but probably not. Yeah, like I thought king a3.
Your first suggestion, actually. Your first suggestion.
Knight c5 immediately. Yeah, knight c5 immediately. And then once again, the knight is somewhat kind of hanging in the air a little bit. But can you do something about it? Not clear, right? Once again, if you take, black is very happy to take. I was thinking you just push the pawn. E5, yeah, instead of... let's see. E5... Yeah, but then you're kind of limiting your prospects on the king side, I'm afraid. Yeah, now he's going to play g6, and he will put the knight on e6. Okay. And then this f-pawn will be hanging most of the time. On the other hand, Jesse, maybe you're right, because now rook d4, knight e6 drops the a4 thing. And if not knight e6, I actually have some threats connected with rook c4. Yeah, maybe e5 is a legit move as well. We'll see. So usually, of course, I would argue that I want black to play g6 and then put my bishop on f6 and then play e5. Yeah, like kind of having the bishop on that diagonal. But that's far from materializing. So I think white can decide what to do. Maybe rook d4 immediately once again, not defining the pawn's position just yet. Okay, so that's very limited material, but at the same time, it is a game that goes on. White has some chances, black will have to defend precisely. Let's move on, because we have quite a few games and all of them approaching the time trouble stage. Yeah, then we actually have quite a few games with a lot more pieces on the board. What you were saying, Aronian, this group, Aronian with whomever he's playing, I keep forgetting, Aronian with Vidit, yeah, Aronian with Vidit. Can we have Aronian and Vidit on the screen? At some point it looked somewhat better for Levon, then they've simplified it. Okay, let me see, Aronian with white against Vidit. They did simplify it quite a bit, I have to say. Did simplify it quite a bit. It's yet another endgame. But maybe, possibly there is still some fight there. Maybe there is still some fight there. Yeah, but I think now like everything that we have as quote-unquote live boards is somewhat off. Because we have Aronian on the screen, we have Fedoseev and Aparin and their game, that's Aronian's game. And once again, it's somewhat behind the schedule, kind of.
Yeah, so we're working with Google Chrome, and the cameras are working with Internet Explorer.
Kind of thing, yeah, it's something like that. So they're somewhat behind, yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's the actual position. So I think from the live position that we have, king g1, knight e6, rook to h1. Okay, so now the big question is, what's the big question? Is there a question? h7 is hanging, right? h7 is hanging. you cannot take d4. Maybe that's the first thing to notice, that you cannot take d4 because rook h7 and e8 is covered. You will have to go to f8, knight g6, white wins. So you can't do that. But you have to do something about h7. You can go king g7. I'm wondering how bad is that. You can go king g7. White can pin you. Because I'm assuming exchanging on e6 doesn't really lead anywhere. Your bishop is somewhat better, but how to take advantage of it, I'm not sure. Maybe
Grab
it's
the
still...
open file.
Yeah, maybe it's still a better position. Yeah, rook to c1, rook to e7. I will have to protect the c7 square, right? And then...
Bishop
you know
c6.
what? Yeah, bishop c6. And now I realize the importance of this rook h1, king g7. Because, yeah, if we exchange, look, if we exchange, then white at least guaranteed that his rook is much more active. He's threatening rook d6. So black has to play a passive move like that. Rook d7. Everything's protected for now, but white has a huge space advantage, maybe g4 to stop the pawn on f6. So white's clearly better. And the importance of this forcing the king to g7. Hang on. By the way, yeah, he just played the move, ruined all my beautiful explanation by playing h5.
Oh,
Yeah.
darn it.
No, but look, yeah, once again, how do I do it? Yeah, that's my fault, by the way. I've pressed receiving moves. I shouldn't have received moves from the game. Yeah, so just a tiny point I wanted to make, that in this line, rook c7, pinning the bishop, you can go b5, and you can take with the rook. And now black cannot trade. Black cannot trade because the king is on g7. With king on f7, I would simply step in the square of this pawn. But with the king on g7, yeah. So last move, therefore, is not possible for black. Black cannot take on c6. Has to move to d7 once again, and g4, and the torture, endless torture.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So instead, he has played h5. And
what is the significance of h5 here?
After h5...
the king stays on f7.
King stays on f7, yeah, but once again... but it's still tricky, because now I take, and I think black will have to take with the king, because rook runs into g4. And then, once again, the drawback of moving the pawn on h5 is pretty obvious. Now you have the pawn on h5, which is attacked, and if you take it, bam, rook h7, winning the bishop. Yeah, so that's why after knight e6, king will have to take on e6. And I'm saying all that in a way, kind of, okay, it's bad for black, he's forced to take on e6. Maybe he doesn't care, really. Maybe he puts the king on e6, then d6, once again guards the squares on the 7th range. So, you know, open files are not that significant. Let's say the C file, yeah, I have my king on d6, what you do on the C file, even if you take
Would you trade rooks here with rook e1?
With white?
Just because, the
could.
Isolated pawn is on a light square.
Yeah, you could. And I think maybe you even have... I mean, ideally, once again, if the pawn is on h4, let's say the other... So you kind of guaranteed the other weakness. Then I think you would have quite a good chance. But with your pawns being doubled, once again, I don't think it will be enough. Like, possible scenario even be, let's imagine, I mean, once again, black is not forced, but he does that, and then when you attack the pawn, maybe he doesn't even care. So you win this, but it's only one weakness, in a way. So my job is just to make sure d5 is protected, and that's it.
Oh, because of the double pawns, of course.
Yeah. So the double pawns are somewhat restricting my options. But it's nothing wrong with white trading rooks. It's maybe just the position doesn't offer all that much. And speaking of alternatives, I'm not sure. Like going back to e2 because you just want to keep more pieces on the board. Well, theoretically possible. Like go to e2. After rook c7, you will have to crawl back a little bit once again, but then you cover all the files on the C, all the squares on the C file, and maybe you're hopeful of getting in g4 one day. Yeah, so maybe.
I
We'll
think you're a
see.
fortune teller because that's exactly what happened.
Well, he moved. He moved. No, but wait. It's not necessarily the same. He starts with bishop d3, which might be more clever, because now g6 is attacked, and I believe since he spent some time, he made sure that knight f4, gf4 is something black doesn't want to do, and maybe he's right. Hard to tell, though. Hard to tell. Still, some bishop, bishop c8, stopping f5. Maybe even f5 is possible. Who knows? f5 looks ugly. Like I'm basically saying all of my pawns will be on light squares, but
Yeah.
it does look ugly. Yeah, I agree. To speculate a little,
then-
some sort of g4 breakthrough, and then give a
Would
check.
that be a good idea?
Swap the rooks. It depends. We need to
maybe get
calculate
the G4
because
pawn.
we take g6 and then if we take g4, which we are very likely to do, then we just win. Because it's an extra pawn and d5, once again, we were asking for extra weakness. Yeah, d5 will be weak. So Levon, have to say, Levon is not without a chance. Yeah, after bishop d3, and who knows, maybe black has to look for alternatives, not taking on f4. But what else? Knight f8, meh. I don't like knight f8.
Meh.
f5, yeah, famous meh from, yeah, there is a chess commentator who likes doing this, but it's all stolen from Homer Simpson.
Oh, okay, makes sense. Wait, who's this streamer? I have to know.
Jan Gustafsson. I mean, ever heard him evaluating position as meh, which is
Never heard that.
Well, yeah, you're missing out. That's a very accurate evaluation for most of the positions we are watching. Yeah, it's like White's chances of winning this are meh, and it's pretty much self-explanatory. So we don't fancy White's chances that much. Okay, which I cannot say about this position. I actually think that Aronian will have reasonable chances. Especially, what move is it? Move 34. It's move 34. So 3 minutes left for Vidit. And by the way, he just captured on f4. Where I wasn't sure what his next move's gonna be. Because if you ask me, White kind of threatens f5. If once again, if black plays some non-move, like king g7, f5 wins a pawn, I want to say. Yeah, doesn't matter how you react, I just take h5 next move. So either you go g5, you take on f5, I take h5, I'm winning a pawn. So I think he might be in a bit of trouble, plus he's down to 2.5 minutes with 5 more moves to go. Or 6 more moves to go, because yeah, he's playing black, it's his move 35 plus 5 extra. And not only that, I mean, sometimes it would be like a straightforward sequence. And here you have kind of a few options, maybe few types of positions you have to choose from. And I don't know if there is a good choice. As we figured out, f5 might run straight into g4. So maybe Aronian has a chance. Yeah, but I think we will have to. Well, what happens? Yeah. On the camera, I just seen him arriving back at the board, making a move at the camera, but he just taken on f4. We already know that.
You wave at the camera. I'm checking.
Yeah. Okay. Ooh, so shall
2
we?
minutes. He's down to 2 minutes. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. That's the problem. I mean, first 2 hours, 2.5 hours, you think, okay, nothing's happening. They play opening, so there's always going to be time. And then how many? 5 games we have. All of them are close to the time trouble, and you have hard time leaving from here. For instance, he's down to 1 minute. He's certainly under pressure. It's about time to make a decision.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Well,
And
the evaluation bar is going crazy.
White is
operant Fedosiv.
Operant Fedosiv. Can we switch? I don't know. Shall we switch?
Sorry about the drastic switch.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, like can we just switch
Yeah,
to
just keeping an eye on the other games as well. Oh, wait, what just happened?
what happened
Okay,
where?
Grishuk and Esipenko as well. They're heading into like 1 minute each. I think if anything, we should check out that game right now. Something happened.
Yeah, but once again, it's not within my
It's
abilities
okay.
to switch.
We're patient. Don't worry. We're patient.
Yeah,
It's
Grishuk
okay.
and Esipenko. Yeah, let
Oh my
me
goodness.
find out. But you mean like Esipenko might be in a bit of a trouble? What?
Well, it's Grishuk to move right now, and Esipenko is in trouble. Yes.
Yeah, because I thought honestly, I've kind of lost interest in this game because it looked like those B pawns, like the pawn which was there a second ago, B4 pawn and B5 pawn. At some point, it looked like they inevitably come off, both of them. And then it's just 4 versus 4, you know, just a casual draw. That's what I thought. But now the knight is stuck on A3 still. So pawns, the pawn's not going, the black pawn does not go away, right?
Yes. It's just that Grishuk's next move took it from -5 to -1.
Knight B4? So it is a mistake.
Knight B4.
Is a mistake.
Yeah. Apparently Knight C3 was better, but I'm not so sure.
Yeah, let me see.
I don't-
yeah,
I
they're
don't
playing
understand.
also. Okay, so Knight C3 was better because after that, after Queen B2, I mean, then you will have to come up with the whole line, some Knight D1 shenanigans or whatever it is. Yeah,
Okay, yes.
Knight
Probably.
D1, and yeah, it's hard. I mean, when you only provide me with one move and saying, okay, this was better, I can easily believe, but
Sorry, I was also sitting with the ball going back and forth like, why is this okay? Sorry, yeah. No,
Yeah,
but
but-
you're sitting with the analysis now at least.
Yeah, but honestly, from human standpoint, okay, we've captured on B4, white simply went King G2. Right, so we can continue with, can we? Aha, Rook C3, which I originally
this is
thought
too
was very clever. In fact, loses, I believe, to. Oh, no, it doesn't. Yeah. Knight B5. Knight B5. And when you take, it's Rook A8, and quite conveniently, the queen from B1 controls H7. So you cannot really play Rook C3.
My heart is going wild. He went down to 8 seconds.
So Grishuk played G6 and Queen B2 was the answer. Once again, keeping the queen within the range. So to have, if black plays any move, lifts the rook from the 8th rank, it's immediately going to be Knight takes B5 and Rook check.
And you were right about that sort of human element as well. Because I looked at Knight C3, and the whole solution was that after Knight C3, Queen B2, Black's reply was supposed to be Queen A7 check, which is insane.
Okay,
Yeah.
going back, yeah, that's missable. Yeah, that's missable, but it's a nice one, but missable. Knight C2. So now we are heading. It's clearly some simplifications, right? White's gonna have to take Knight C2, and I believe he's planning to take with the rook, and then Rook A4, Rook B2, and this will be, I want to say, winning endgame, but hard to tell. Okay. Yespenko is clearly looking for an alternative, but I don't. Yeah, no. He's not. He captured on C2. Black has no alternative whatsoever. Well, technically, Queen C2 you could play, but what for? If White wants, he can still exchange the queens, go to this endgame, or he can take on B5. Yes, I think you take with the rook. And wait a second. Oops. Take with the rook. Could it be that there is some crazy move for White that Black is not happy with? Like Queen F6, perhaps? Could it be that Queen F6 is painful? No, there is Rook A2, if anything. Yeah. Because at some point I just got scared, right? Check, king h3, and now if the queen moves, it's check on a8 and white's winning. So I thought maybe that's why Grisha kind of sort of panicked a little. No, he captured on c2.
I see, okay.
He captured on c2. Queen f6 on the board. Wait a second. But then Grishuk is back to winning? Right? Just take the e2 pawn, go to a2? Or it's not the end of it? Hang on a second.
We did take.
Yeah, he takes on e2, that's obvious. King, where the king goes.
And maybe rook a2 again?
Yeah, that's what I thought. But Yesipenko went for this. What does it mean? Don't quite understand. King h3, I think king h3 is played. And you were right, it's the most exciting now. I don't know what happens in the other games, maybe the other games are also... But yeah, it's a lot of stuff that's going to happen in time trouble, and inevitably we will miss some action, and that will be our task to kind of, you know, recap it once we are done reaching move 40. Yeah, so rook to a2, rook to c1, rook to c2. Is that some sort of forced repetition? Seriously? Then I'm amazed with Yesipenko. No, I'm amazed, in fact, with Yesipenko finding all that. But yeah, rook a1, rook a2, and my concern after rook c1 was that black actually can play queen a8. But it turns out if you play queen a8, yeah, let me show. So now white had no rook d1 because d1 is under control of black queen. But if you go to a8, yeah, white has rook d1, and then rook d8 is inevitable.
Oh.
So might have been not a blunder, but, you know, well calculated.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's also important to show that after rook c2, rook d1 is not possible.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I kind of skipped it, but yeah, that's a very fine point. Yeah, rook takes h2 and then take the rook. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he won't blunder this one. Yeah, but so Grishuk certainly missed a very serious chance.
First, yeah, but that was like insane to see. It was so difficult.
Yeah, but the other thing is that it seems that instead of knight c2, which seemingly leads to a draw by force, instead of knight c2 he had options like going to b8, protecting the b5 pawn first, and maybe preparing knight d5. Okay, what's happening now? It's 1, 2... I think it's a threefold. Yeah, I think it's a threefold already. And Yesipenko is not rushing to claim the draw, which means he's confident, right? Which means that he's confident in it. Okay, with all the, you know, all the hype about this game, it's about to finish in a draw. So let's...
That was worth it, though. That's a draw that was totally worth it.
Absolutely. No, I'm fine with games finishing in a draw like that. So that's clearly...
Could we go back, if you don't mind, Miro? I just wanted to take a look at the line with knight c3. Although the only thing I do know is knight c3, queen b2, and queen a7. That's all I know about that line, and I didn't look any further. So maybe you can try to help me understand.
I think it's just the fact that the knight on a3 is so badly placed. So you give a check and king f1 for some reason. That's what the engine here, or not the engine, but some annotation in chess base is apparently using some engine, says king h1. And you go queen e3, that's the thing. You go queen e3, oops, and they've made another one. They finished the game, so it's a draw officially a draw. Let me try to show it again. So yeah, a check here in this position, right? Doesn't matter what white does, king f1 or king g2. You go queen e3, and white is kind of paralyzed as far as I understand, right? So knight c2 drops the pawn on e2. You can't do this. After rook c1, still nothing is hanging. I can imagine kind of lifting the rook wins, rook c6, because now you have a very serious threat of going knight e4, right? So previously it was impossible. Previously it was impossible because rook was hanging with a check. Now And not only that, it's like you look at white's pieces and you understand it's very hard to, sometimes your piece is placed in a bad position, but you have the idea how to untie them. And here it's not clear, right? Like what do you even do? What do you even do to solve the issue? Yeah, rook c2 runs into knight d1, for instance, some fancy stuff. Attacking the queen and threatening checkmate in one. So apparently that was winning.
Yeah.
Okay, and this game is gone. It's a draw. And in A group, A pool, it's also all draws, right?
Yep, all of them are draws. So Group A is done and Group D is also finished. But I suppose out of the two groups that are remaining, both board ones are quite a sight to see. If you want to take a look at Levanaronian versus Vidit, and then we can go and take a look at Operan versus Fidosiv, but both of them have quite interesting positions.
Yeah. So can we go back to Aronian first, perhaps? Right, I think they are about to reach the time control. If not, they just
got
reached.
to move 40.
Yeah, they just reached the time control. And Vidit actually, that's interesting. Look, I mean, he's taken a very interesting decision to sacrifice the pawn. So he went rook to c7, f5, g5. Sacrificed the pawn, but made sure that the rook is getting to c3, right? So rook h1, king e2.
Is it worth the sacrifice?
Yeah, so perhaps if you take the pawn now, maybe he was hoping, once again, we don't know how much time that he have and so on. Maybe he was hoping that he can take and then later on perhaps discovered that after rook c1 it's really bad because, you know, the check on c7, practically inevitable, bishop a6 runs into b5, maybe white just wins material this way. So he went bishop c6 with the rook on c3. Rook a1 and bishop to d7. Okay. So now, king d2, and it's very, very, very important to answer, can black play rook b3 or not? No, it's important but very easy to answer. He cannot play rook b3.
Yeah, because of bishop c2,
bishop
right?
c2. Yeah, no, I mean first
Yes.
I thought king c2 and he has bishop a4 and white has to go back. But that's just a two mover,
But then
right?
the rook is being
this
forced to
and this. Yeah.
Yeah, probably c3.
Yeah, but then after king d2 he has to leave, and white has honestly
White can just offer a trade, perhaps.
rook c1, yeah, but maybe you want to try to use the rook, right? Maybe you want to play something like a4 and see what happens. I want to say, you know, even without an extra pawn, the fact that white has such a big space advantage might be, I mean, if not enough, but, you know, very significant. And now, once again, I'm looking at this position, I'm thinking, there is one very interesting anti-positional idea. To go b5 all of a sudden. So that's once again, if my student would play b5, I would say you don't understand the positional kind of basics, right? You are not supposed to put the pawns. But in fact, we still have rooks on the board. And then if I'm playing a4 and a5, imagine that. Yeah, I'm playing the pawn to a5 and then I'm opening the a file kind of for myself on my terms, because white only captures on b6 when he wants it, right? So b5 might be a good idea. Yeah, I think we've missed the time control here. I don't know if all the games reach the time control. Can we check something else?
Let me double check. So there's 52
Yasipenko
moves for Daniel
Grishik is a draw, right?
Dubov. Yes.
Here we have this.
But
Dubov.
Operan, can we switch over to Operan's game?
Yeah.
Okay, I would love to know your evaluation of this position. Goodness me.
White is winning. That's plain and simple.
As simple as
Pawn
that.
up, pawn up. He managed to kind of gather together all the pieces.
You're sounding an awful lot like Dina in that intro video.
No, but seriously, they've reached move 40. The H pawn, right? Remember the H pawn, which got in there like 10 moves ago? It was kind of nice on H3 back then, restricting the king and so on. But now it's very easy to imagine queens are traded off, white goes G4, king G3, and chops this pawn away. So that's a potential weakness rather than the attacking thing. Yeah. And where the queen's going would be my next question. After rook A1, queen G6. Aha, rook C1, queen A6, rook A1. That's.
So there was a question from chat. What was the result with Grishuk's game? He had quite an advantage, although with the limited time that they did have, I mean, even I was very shocked with what the evaluation bar said, but it was a draw at the end.
Yeah, so far no shocking results, all games drawn. What I wanted to say that there is, apart from the time trouble, there is certainly something not to miss in this Grand Prix. Every round, I'm claiming every round, not to miss Grishuk's interview, which, I mean, he's known for that. He's known for that. I mean, one thing, he's a very good chess player, but...
Oh, they're still chatting over the board, so we're waiting for the interview.
Yeah.
Get the Thug Life edit
Thug
ready.
Life interviews, yeah. So look, now for instance, if we still talking about this, what was this game? For the save of Parin, right? After queen G6. Yes. Even if, let's say, I'm playing queen F5 and somehow trade the queens, I think white is close to winning, if not just winning. Might as well be that this position is just winning. I mean, G4, maybe E3, king G3, win the second pawn, something like that. At least the plan is clear, and white is nowhere near forced to play queen F5. I think he might go rook A7 or something. So FIDE save might win. And I wonder if they'll be the only... No, Aronian, we said Aronian has very good chances, right? Pawn up in this endgame. Remember, pawn up and so positional advantage. And what else is left? I believe we have more games, right?
We do. We have
four.
also
Wait a
in
second.
the B group.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we have four.
We have Rapport's game still, but it's a knight and pawn ending.
Yeah, Wojtaszek Rapport. We've missed a lot of this game, and now it's just a pawn up, right? Pawn up for white.
Yes. How do you pronounce his last name?
Wojtaszek, you mean? Or whom?
Wojtaszek. Yes.
Yeah.
Radoslav
Wojtaszek. Yeah, because I think.
Wojtaszek.
Yeah, it's like you'd read Wojtaszek or whatever in. I don't know how you read this in English, by the way. I mean, I know because I speak a bit of Polish, and also it's kind of it's Slavonic language, so it's easier to understand what they kind of mean by a lot of this S and Z's, you know,
it's like
combined.
Yes.
Sure.
Probably like a CH. Yeah.
CH type of CS.
And the W and the W at the end of Radoslav is
just
Radoslav.
V.
It's a V. Okay.
Yeah.
Wojtaszek. Awesome. Learn something new every day. No, that's really cool. And here, just the knight and pawn.
Yeah, knight spawns. So I wonder. Oops, that's just me randomly clicking around, entering some silly variations. Now that's the. We don't even have it. Yeah, we do now.
Yeah, don't worry.
That's the current position.
Yeah.
And what I wanted to kind of mention first, that typically the evaluation of knight endgames and as such, like if there is no contemplate straightforward variations, you would ask yourself, What's the evaluation of the pawn endgames? Basically, like if we trade the knights.
Are we going into an interview? I see them getting up right now.
Yeah, I was told that we are ready for an interview with Grishuk, so I think, yeah, the time trouble's over. Let's listen to Sasha.
It's like in the game, but in the game already my bishop was on a4, so I was fully developed, and here I'm not even close to being developed, so okay, maybe I somehow can manage to equalize, but I was not sure.
Well, according to the computer, it's an excellent choice, so that was good. At the end of the game, it seems, of course, both of you had very little time in the clock, but it seems you had a very interesting move. Instead of knight takes b4, there was a knight c3 after queen b1, attacking the queen. The idea being queen a7 check and queen e3 afterwards. Did this idea occur to you at some point, or instead of playing on the queen side?
No. And so knight before already spoils my advantage, yeah?
Well, because he has the queen f6 resource, of course.
Okay, so yeah, but first of all, it was a bit unexpected for me that I got such a big advantage, because throughout the game I was just happy with the draw. And then, yeah, I see I have a big advantage, and then Andrei played queen b1, which looks ridiculous and probably is ridiculous, but it threw me off completely. And yeah, actually when I played knight before, I already saw the line that happened in the game, but I thought maybe luckily there will be some resource for me, but there were none. So yeah, but it's clear after queen b1, it's very promising for black. Yeah.
Actually, queen f6 is a very good move, because other options would have probably left you with a slightly worse endgame, which I'm sure Alexander would have tried to win, obviously.
Yeah, it would be slightly worse endgame, 2 pawns down.
Well, I think there was one with 1 pawn. Well, I'm not quite sure. 1 pawn, just the b pawn.
b5 probably, and rook e2, and I'll take on b5.
Ah, okay.
That's the other line. Well, thank you for your analysis of the game, and hopefully we'll get more exciting games from both of you during the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. And Jesse, all the games reached move 40. And look what we have. Vincent Kema and Daniil Dubov. Remember I said one of the ways to make a draw is to exchange the pawns and maybe sacrifice the, the minor piece for the last pawn remaining.
You said so, yeah.
And that's precisely what happens. And for some people, I believe it's a little bit terrifying to play this rook and bishop versus rook. But I'm very confident in Dubov, simply because, once again, I've mentioned the master classes I used to do and still doing for World Chess Arena. And one of those was Dubov's masterclass when he was basically teaching us like positions every player should know, like knight and bishop, the simplest things. Knight and bishop, checkmate with knight and bishop, and one of those was rook against rook and bishop, how to defend with the rook. And yeah, now if you pay attention to the camera view, he looks bored. And he doesn't look like a person who is worried about defending this endgame. He simply knows for sure how it's done. So I'm not worried about Dubov. Whom I'm worried about is Oparin, though, because I think he's in a lot of trouble. Maybe just lost, honestly. I keep saying that, don't have a proof still, but yeah, I think Fedoseev is very close to convert his advantage. He might be able to win the second pawn. So
I saw he played, I saw he played rook d1 instead of, I think you mentioned exchanging queens.
Yeah, but I think that's fine as well. So if we will have it on the board now, we will. Oh, sorry, kind of on analysis.
Don't worry,
board.
we're waiting.
Yeah, we are waiting. Yeah, that's it. And Dubov, by the way, guys at home, I mean, you might want to pay attention to the defensive setup that Daniil Dubov has chosen.
They
actually.
They agreed on a draw, perhaps.
No. I think
they needed another score sheet.
Probably got a new score sheet. Yeah, that's move 60, and then there's no more, no possibility to write more moves. So that only means that they've reached move 60. They've got a new score sheet. I was assuming
that, if I may ask, I assume that maybe putting the rook, or rather checking the king on the 7th rank and pushing the king to the back would be better here, to sort of stand a chance of getting that sort of mating setup.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, the thing here, it's, imagine, okay, now at this position that we have at the corner, right? Check on the 7th rank, king goes to d8. And we get the situation, like white already made quite a lot of progress, but his bishop is pinned. And that's what Dubov's gonna be doing. He will keep the rook on the d file, keep pinning the bishop, so you cannot go with your king to the 6th rank. And then the rule of thumb is you try to move the king away from the pin, either to e5 or c5. Black king, mind you, is still on d8. And if white king goes to the e file, you have to move the king in the opposite direction. So king e5 has to be answered with king c8, king c5 with king e8. And something like that. And it's not very complex, strangely. And then you somehow cannot make progress.
Okay, makes sense. Because I thought maybe king c4 or king e4 after that, then moving the bishop to either c5 or e5, where the king can still protect it.
Yeah, so you, let's say, go to e4, rook d2, bishop c5, and still he will be running away from your king, so he will play king d8 to c8, and somehow maybe we'll win the 7th rank back. That's another motif. He can play rook d7 when you move the bishop away, and then he can go back to 7th rank. Yeah, it is a draw. It's a very, very well-known draw. It's just that white still has some tries where black has to react precisely, and that's why the game will be played for quite some time. once again, white has no risk whatsoever, right? Why not try to squeeze something out of nothing?
I wonder if Vincent watched Daniel's video.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, interestingly, younger players, I don't think they have the time to watch all that. I mean, kind of not say videos, but the time to check all those quote unquote boring end games. But those are very useful because, you know, same as you don't want to be caught off guard in the opening. But imagine the embarrassment of getting the position that you know is drawish and then losing it, or I don't know, winning and not winning the winning position. Yeah.
Okay, so he played king to c8. I can see what you mean by sort of playing a move that's away from the king. So it makes sense.
I think he played king c7 now, right? Or king e5. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting.
Oh, sorry, the check happened. By the way, on the 7th.
Yeah, I'm getting. So once again, we are somewhat. Yeah. I can see. Okay. Right, can see now on the analysis board. Yeah. Check, and he'll go to c8. Yeah.
Oh, could we have the analysis board as well?
For that, but I thought it's kind of not.
It's self-explanatory anyway, right?
Yeah. It's not much to.
Would it be a try to then play bishop to c5, king to d6, and so on? Or probably the rook will just stay on the d file?
I keep the rook on the d file. Keep the rook on the d file. So I don't think. Yeah, I think Vincent will actually try it. He probably will play bishop c5 and then bishop d6, but you can't really make progress from there.
Because you want your king to hide behind the bishop, but that bishop cannot hop over to a light square.
Yeah, if you somehow magically play bishop d4 to d5, then all of a sudden black's in trouble, right?
Oh, he got the 7th rank back as well.
Yeah. Yeah, rook d7, and then he just gets the 7th rank back. He goes back to c7, d7, and so on. There is... how's that? There is one idea, like, where you have to be super precise, but no, not here, perhaps. Yeah, you just go rook d7.
We could make an example, I suppose.
Yeah, but I can't really...
Like what happens after rook c2?
Here, like, yeah, if you go rook c2, oops. Yeah, for that I have to allow... Yeah. This, rook c2, king d6... Oops, what happens?
It's okay.
Yeah, bishop c5, rook c2, king d6, yeah, here. King d6. And it might be too late. I want to say it's too late because king c6. King c6 and, you know, something like that. Yeah, rook a7. And you lift the rook, I don't know, to a4, for instance. Bishop d6 is a threat, and it's got to be winning. It's got to be winning. Okay. Maybe you could have given a check. Yeah, you could have given a check here as well. I think check might be. Yeah, you still fight here because you can go rook c8. I go here. You go here. That's the confusing part in those endgames, because even when the position is winning, you know, even when the position is winning, you still need to kind of play it properly. Yeah, play it properly. And somehow rook e4 and so on. With the idea to go what? To...
no, when the... rook e4, and then if the rook moves to like c8, then you have a check. Okay, makes sense.
Here, I think maybe this was an easier win. Maybe
Okay.
this was an easier win. So check, now king c6 runs into bishop d6. After that, I'm guessing still bishop d6. The king is stalemated for now, but after this check, I go bishop c7. So sacrificing the rook doesn't work, right? Because I take with the rook, it's not a stalemate. And whenever you move the rook somewhere, I go back on the b file, and rook a1 is inevitable, right? You have one last check, bishop d6, and you do this.
I love this.
And
I
you
love
do,
this
and you
so
do
much.
this. I mean, that's funny, because whenever you want to say, okay, now it's done, it's winning, and still some kind of last chance for black and so on. But I'm sure it's winning, even though I cannot illustrate it properly. But none of that's going to happen, because Danilo, of course, now you can see his king is already on b5. So, I mean, escaped. And then that's basically the entire setup, so that the king runs away eventually when you win the 7th rank, and the maximum white can achieve is sort of the same on the other edge of the board. Like, for instance, somehow he should be able to cut this king like that. Here I have king c4, but even if, let's say, you achieve that, and then the rook comes from the side, and we are in the same situation, more or less, like pinning the bishop all the time, and so on. Yeah.
Right. Now from the side of the board.
Yeah. So you just move it around the board, kind of round the clock or clockwise, or.
Yeah. This would make an excellent clock idea.
Yeah. All right. So why don't we switch to some other game which is kind of more more complex in a way. So I still want
C versus Opera.
Yeah, still want to see for the CF with Oparin. Right, so we had this rook a1, rook a7, and knight e6.
You found rook a7.
Here, yeah, he played rook a7 and knight e6. And now the question is how to continue, right? Knight f5 looks nice. Knight f5 looks nice. What else? I don't see any immediate tactic to to win on the spot. No, he does play knight f5.
Knight f5. Because I was wondering, you probably want to keep the pressure on the knight. So is knight f5 good, but you're also threatening mate on g7. So I suppose it's
you can't really take on d4. Yeah, that's the problem. So knight f5.
Ooh, do you think bishop takes f6 is a threat?
No, yeah, it probably is. There is a little bit trickier threat here, which is queen to h5. I wanted to say, yeah, queen h5 is a threat, because I'm threatening the rook and I'm threatening knight h6. And I wasn't sure, because I thought, once again, I don't know how to pass for black. I mean, that's the problem. What's the pass move for black? Could be.
Maybe like in dominoes, you can just knock on the table.
Yeah. Okay, let's knock on the table. Never mind. Yeah, but because I want to illustrate one funny thing. So queen h5, I believe, indeed wins, because hits the rook, and also knight h6 winning the queen. Even though black has this funny tactic of sacrificing the queen, going knight f4 double check, right, and winning the queen back, but at the end he loses the knight on d7. All right, and none of that's gonna happen, because knight f5 was played. It's black to move, so white won't be allowed to play queen h5. White won't be allowed to play queen h5. Is there anything black can do? Is there anything black can do? I'm not sure. Also, queen g6 is very unpleasant, right? If anything. Knight takes g7 is a threat. Yeah, too many threats. I think it will be over really soon. Queen d. Is queen d5 a move? Just maybe. Queen d5. Queen d5 at least to say your bishop is hanging.
Then I'm going to take on f6 with bishop.
Aha.
Oh, maybe it doesn't work.
Yeah, but so
it does,
that was my concern. So check here and king f8, right?
King f8.
King f8. So for now, I don't have anything forcing. What I have is a move like queen g6, when you still cannot take the rook. And I'm also threatening...
Maybe there's a check. Oh, maybe there's a nasty check.
Ah, you mean on c5?
c5.
Yeah, and in fact, can't do much.
I didn't even see that. Yeah.
Yeah, I realized, there is queen c5 check, but I didn't realize how awkward it is, because e3, queen c2, and okay.
I accidentally cheated and looked at the right move after queen d5.
After queen d5, and this is knight g7, no?
Yes.
I thought knight g7 wins, but I wasn't sure.
I don't think we need stockfish in the world anymore. We can just have an engine called Miro engine.
Come on, knight g7, yeah, but it's actually a nice trick, right? So queen d4, we just take the rook, completely winning. And if knight takes, then rook d7 with the same evaluation, completely winning, because
queen g5. Oh, queen g5 is not possible.
Queen g5, yeah, take.
Oh no, it is.
Yeah. Queen g5, I'll just take on g7. Yeah. Completely.
You're right.
Completely winning.
Yeah. So do you know what load shedding is?
No, not really.
So in South Africa, we have something called load shedding, which is scheduled power outages countrywide. So depending on your area and depending on the stage of load shedding, you lose maybe 2.5 hours per section, or like per day. It could be one section of 2.5 hours or multiple sections of 2.5. So we have to invest in inverters to keep the power running. Otherwise, we can't really do our day-to-day work.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I have an inverter running in the background because I lost power for 2 hours. And if I didn't have one, then everything would go black.
Yeah. No, but at least you're kind of informed of that, and they keep up with some sort of schedule. Or, yeah.
Sadly, they inform us last minute mostly. So it's like, okay, tomorrow you're going to lose this much power. But also our power stations aren't really reliable. So tomorrow and Sunday, both of the days, we don't have power from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hopefully it will be up when we have the stream. Yeah.
So someone in chat says, I'm also cheating, or both of us are cheating, because I'm looking at the engine and you're using your brain, which is also an engine. So technically you are cheating as well.
That's not allowed. Yeah, that's not allowed, of course. During the commentary of the World Championship match, I don't know. I mean, it's probably a proper time already to go into some sort of memes, right? So during the World Championship commentary, there was a day when Vladimir Kramnik joined the broadcast. I mean, it was me and Peter Swidler most of the time. I mean, we were working for some YouTube channels. It's not in any way any official broadcast. Yeah, and once we were joined by Kramnik, and we thought, yeah, maybe let's make up some fake facts about Kramnik, like he analyzed, they kind of created the table base before table base existed. You know, he remembers all the lines. Yeah, like when we say Kramnik consults the engine, it means that the guys who are programming the engine, they're asking him about something, and he's consulting the engine, not vice versa. This kind of
I'm pretty sure the engine is consulting him pretty much.
Yeah, in a way, yeah. He's not consulting, he consults the engine, kind of, yeah. Like he's sort of,
says,
the
consultant.
Dude, yeah, you have to make this move, don't you understand? Yeah, use your
I do have a question.
Machine power. Yeah.
I have a question relating to this, actually. So what I've had sort of experience with is when I'm using chess base and there's obviously a move I want to check out on the engine, or maybe there's a line or something like that. But the first time I look at it, the engine doesn't like it. But if I keep putting in more moves, the engine sort of changes its mind. I just wanted to know, like, why does that happen?
Because maybe you don't give it enough time or so on. Because the engine the engine evaluation, the engine number it gives, right? It's not not immediate. So it how to say it? I mean, it uses its power to go deeper. Well, in a way, reflecting the human brain, right? So you look at the position first, and then if you are forced to play in the blitz speed, it's one thing. If you have more time, you kind of calculate. So it also calculates, right? In a way. So the immediate answer might not be always correct. And if you pay attention in this engine window, you will have some little numbers, and one of those would say depth, which is very important. It's the depth reflective of how deep it is.
Yeah. Well, Operin did make a move. It wasn't on the board, unfortunately. It was resignation.
Yeah, Operin did resign, and we will have an interview with so far the only winner of today's round, Vladimir Fedoseev, and hopefully his opponent as well. 3 games running, to remind you.
So the first decisive result of the afternoon is in the Pool B between Russian Grandmasters Grigory Oparin and Vladimir Fedoseev, who has taken the point with an excellent game. Vladimir, at what point during the game did you think that you already had the victory in the sight?
Actually, I don't know, but black position always was far from equal, and it was really hard to play with black. And before the control, I guess the game was decided when I just take pawn on d5, then it's just a clear technique for white. But before I was not sure how much my advantage is, and I just trying to make solid moves, do not blunder anything, because during the game I blundered a lot of things in some variations. That's why I thinking really long in the opening. I calculated really long line. Instead of dc5, I thought maybe bishop f3 is interesting move. But here is a very concrete line: cd4, bishop d4, knight c6, bishop f6, bishop f6, e4, bishop f4, rook d8, bishop c2, exchange on f8, knight e1, and here I overlooked knight b4, and I didn't see this move for 4 minutes, and finally decided to go dc5 because I understand that this line is not working for it. Yeah.
Vladimir, thanks for that mind-boggling analysis. I'm sure the viewers were able to carry on the board and see the lines with their own board on the computer. Question for you, Grigory. The computer was suggesting that instead of playing h3, it was possibly better to play h takes g3, although h3 seems a normal move in that position. What were your thoughts on that position specifically?
No, I just made this ridiculous move h3 after that. I mean, my position is probably just lost because all the endgames are just completely ruined for me because I'm just losing that pawn on h3. Yeah, and instead of it, I guess if I take on g3, I mean, obviously I'm still significantly worse, but objectively speaking, its position should be holdable. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, it was just some kind of an impulsive decision by me, actually. Mm-hmm. Probably the decisive mistake.
Because it looked that when you get your bishop on the long diagonal, the knight on d4 to go to f5, your pieces start to coordinate very well. and that's when, at least I thought, that the position was getting much better for you. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yes, I agree with this assessment, but I also must say that move c5 is not the best moves in the opening, and that was the start of black problems in the game. And then maybe the next turning point is h3. I don't know. Actually, I guess we both played well till this moment, but maybe then, as Grigory said, with pawn on h3, he simply have less chances because this pawn might become a weakness in the endgame.
Okay, the other game in the group is still being played, so I'll leave you guys to rest and come back tomorrow with more strength. Thank you for your answers in the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
Okay, so looks like we are back. 3 games left, and as I've confidently declared that Dubov's game is going to be a draw, well, so far this scenario kind of plays out.
You can really see the emotion in the players' sort of faces, facial expressions after the games. They're just tired and they just want to go.
Yeah, so few updates. Once again, over here, Radoslav Wojtaszek against Richard Rapport. I think we will need, once again, we will need analysis board because what's supposed to be the real-time board, it's actually got stuck once again. The game advanced much further than that. That's the current position where Black has played g5, g4 last move. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if White is not winning simply. Okay, I take here. I mean, just a guess, right? I take here. And what happens if I go knight e5 is my question. So point being, let me double check. Takes. The pawn promotes with the check, right? g3, e7, e8, White wins. Okay, so this out of the way.
So knight d6 is necessary then?
Yeah, like if you play knight d6, I thought I'd just take and
d5?
claim to. No, don't take the pawn, 2 pawns up, blah blah, winning. There was one more line I was not sure about. Wait a second. There was one more line I was not sure about. So once again, takes, knight goes here.
Oh, maybe pushing
g3,
the pawn.
yeah, g3. And then I thought I'm taking. And this is where I'm wrong. This is where I'm wrong because g2, and I thought I go e7. But then you are promoting with the check, yeah. Then you are
so
promoting.
Perhaps you need to push when Black pushes, you push.
Yeah.
So
you mean once again takes here, knight e5. If he pushes, I push, but then knight d6, and I'm kind of.
And knight f3.
Yeah, I'm probably winning. No, knight f3. I don't want to allow knight king c6. So maybe if I want to do that, maybe I play. There is also knight f5 check, sorry. Yeah, I need to start with king d5. And you go precisely to e8. But then I have no other choice but to stop this pawn with the knight, and who knows. I mean, there is one more scenario, like you go to e6, this happens, and then king is running here. And I'm winning the knight for, look, I mean, I'm winning the knight for a pawn. And I might be even losing the game after all that, because king b2 and then king a3, and my king is too far. Yeah, so maybe it's a silly attempt on my side to try to win it kind of straightforward. But other than that, I'm not sure. Maybe then g-pawn provides enough counterplay for Black.
Or perhaps even knight to f4.
You mean to trade first, right?
Captures, and then knight f4.
I was looking at some other thing, which was b3, but b3 doesn't make any sense. Yeah, b3, you'll just go knight d6. I mean, I thought it would be clever to do something like that, and if you are so kind to take, I go a4 and win the knight, and once again, like calculating some stuff, like takes, for instance, and then e8 will come with a check, and I'll probably win, you know. these kind of things. But yeah, but after b3, you can just go knight d6 anyway, back to d6. So you're right. Maybe I need to take, go knight here, knight f4. But then I'm not sure if I'm winning. Okay, let's put it this way. Rapport is still fighting. It's not clear if Wojtaszek will be able to convert. Then we have this, which I've declared a draw, Vincent Keyma and Daniel Dubov. And we have Aronian. Let's not forget. And there is, I mean, I actually want to look at Aronian's game. Not trying to brag, but I have a question. What move do you think Aronian has played here? b5. The one that I, suggested as like anti-positional, but maybe very strong. And it plays out amazingly well for white, because the current position, just look, rook a7, and rook b7 is such a threat that he has to play rook b8, and that's an ugly move to make, but he has to make it. King e3, king d6, f4. And then black is completely paralyzed. You move the rook, you lose to rook b7, kind of lose the second pawn. You move the bishop, you allow the rook to go to f7, kind of. So white just plays f4, exchanges these pawns, plays g5, I think completely winning. So more or less all the games look decided this way or another. And once again,
1 minute versus 25 as well.
Yeah, over here also terrible time deficit. Once again, I'm a little bit confused in terms of which group is which. So Aronian, Vidit, and Keyma Dubov. Yeah.
And Aronian is in pool C.
Along with Keyma and Dubov, right? Aronian, Vidit, Keyma, Dubov, all the same pool.
Yes.
So we will have like two pools with all draws, right? And then Aronian will be leading his pool.
Touch wood.
Yeah, and if or when Wojtaszek wins, he will be leading along with Fedoseev, right? So that there won't be a single draw in Pool B out of 2 games. Yep.
And Daniel seems to have had enough with the position, because I think the position's sort of repeating itself, but 90 degrees the other way.
Yeah, absolutely. And let me check. We don't need the analysis board for that, but let me just check. I want to see. I think we are about to claim the 50 moves rule, you know. So, yeah, let me see. It's move 79, and the last, let me see, last pawn was captured move 45, so 95. No, not too close yet, but you're absolutely correct. We had this position with the king on d8, right?
Yeah, you can just turn the board, I think.
Yeah, and then just turn the board like that. Yeah, and the king is cut and the rook from h5 protects. So logically, it's how many? Like 15 moves left? So maybe Keyma gonna try to get the same position with black king being on e1, you know, white king being on e4, and then rook pinning the bishop on the e file. But that's the maximum you can get. Yes, as I said, that's just a dead draw. And pay attention to the time. So Dubov, once he's gotten to this position, he's now on 45 minutes, so barely spending any time. So as I said, he knows it by heart.
I do have to mention, sorry for switching so drastically, but Vidit, and this is coming from Chad, Vidit is having an awesome stalemate try. Yeah,
Oh, really?
with perpetual
okay.
check. Yeah.
Okay, let's check it. Okay, so after f4.
Yeah, we can go through the series of moves after f4. I think there was king f3 as well afterwards. I don't think he took.
Maybe a check and here, right? But how do you make it? I understand what chat means. It's like you take here,
yes,
and then in some way, some way, you get rid of the bishop.
So bishop takes b5, I think happened. Bishop takes bishop, and then rook e4 check.
Rook e4 check. But if I go here,
then rook f4.
I think I'm running away. Yeah. F4.
Yeah. So now, I think
and
it's
then
check.
I go
and king
here.
f2.
Oh, king f2.
Maybe king f2. Yeah.
No, but king f2 I can still check you, right? Like this. Can still check you.
Yes.
And you go to e1 and then you block
yes.
with the bishop or capture the rook with the bishop. Yeah. You're absolutely right. But do we? So we've gotten that. So he went for it. Because he was down to 1 minute. So he was trying. It's actually I've missed this idea entirely, and maybe he could have, kind of tried better to mask it better, to maybe pretend that he's given up, and then all of a sudden come up with this idea. Yeah, because now I don't think he stands a chance, to be honest, because he's also getting checkmated on d7 if he tries to, I don't know, take pawns or something. I mean, you can take on d4 here, right? You can take on d4, but after bishop e2, how realistic your chances are? I don't think.
You have one pawn for it, but maybe it's not enough.
Yeah, but also.
Well, he ended up taking the pawn.
Yeah, obviously, because the alternative was to resign, which is something you don't want to do necessarily. But then bishop e2.
I'm still really impressed. I'm still really impressed. Miro for president.
No, but seriously, look, after rook d4, bishop e2. Bishop e2, rook f7. Yeah, like here, and then the threat is rook f7, check back, rook e6. You probably win the pawns. It's completely winning. Maybe this game is going simply because it is so low on time. So when you don't have enough kind of time to cope with what you have done to your position, and you just continue making moves. But realistically,
final tries.
Yeah, realistically, not too much chances against here. Not only Aronian, I want to say against Aronian, but against pretty much any player in this tournament. And look what he played. I mean, that's amazing. Rook to a4, a study-like move which forces the exchange of rooks. Yeah.
That's really cool. The rook has no place to go.
Absolutely, yeah. Like
perhaps
my bishop.
We can break out into song and sing the final countdown.
Yeah, it's like my bishop e2 would have been fine, but this completely, stops the game on the spot, I believe. Yeah, you just exchange the rooks.
Seconds.
You bring the king. You win the game. Yeah, it would have been a cute stalemate, really. But Aronian had something to say about Vidit's plans.
And the weird thing is, if the king actually ends up coming to the queen side trying to support the pawns, then is there a try with g5 and just pushing the f pawn then?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, okay, with king on c5, it's still too early, but if the king goes a little bit too far away. Like imagine, now you guys hopefully can see the position from a camera view. And then, if black plays king c5, white does something. b5 is impossible, because I will take on b5 and then break through with my pawns. Right, so for instance, you can get the king on c5, but you can never play b5. Okay, Vidit went with his king in another direction. He went to f4, but then bishop d1 stops the game.
Yeah, it's a really, really well played game by Levon. And we're seeing the technique and the confidence at the board. He's just playing.
Impressive. That is impressive. Yeah, they've reached move 60, but once again, this game will not last for much longer than move 60. Bishop d1 will be played, and this might actually sum it up. Yeah, once again, when you assessing the positions like that, when you know you're winning, you have kind of an extra piece and everything, I'm not sure if it's a good advice, but I can try to explain how I'm thinking in such positions. I'm trying to assign the roles for my pieces. Like here, for instance, the bishop, it protects the g4 pawn, and it's ready to sacrifice itself for the d pawn if black ever gets to d2 and king e1. And the king goes to the b pawn. And it's kind of the scenario is like that. I don't pay attention to what happens on the king side. I just march to the b pawn, because the worst that can happen is that he gets the pawn on d2. He forces me to sacrifice the bishop for it, but then I win with g5 f6. And then it's much easier when you kind of, you know, like kind of splitting the board into some areas, and you assign, okay, you bishop, you take care of this, you king go here, and so on, and kind of schematic thinking or whatever they call it. And okay, d4 played, yeah, king d3, king e5, and I assume after king white's going to play king c4, and black might as well just resign.
Someone in chat said it seems Vidit has accidentally deleted his resign button. In poor taste.
Okay, king d3, king e5. Yeah, it doesn't really... I mean, we could discuss, you know, the emotions of the players and why you continue sometimes playing in such situations, because the position doesn't really need to be discussed. Yeah, king to c4.
Yeah. So when I was playing in the Olympiad, I was having a conversation with one of my teammates. And she said to me, I was in a completely lost position, Jesse. And I said, okay, but why didn't you save your energy and resign and obviously come back tomorrow and play a better game? And she said, you know, it always happens like this. When my opponent has a better position against me, and obviously it's a position that I should resign against a much stronger opponent, I don't resign until they convince me that they are going to win. And every time they make a move, she's like, that's not convincing enough. I'm going to keep playing until there's a point where, you know, she just has no chance to draw or win, and then she resigns. So I thought that was quite helpful. I mean, if my opponent is not convincing me, then I'm not going to resign. Yeah, so it's probably one of those.
That's an interesting attitude, I want to say. Yeah, and sometimes when you're getting more experienced, right? So you understand, so this position, even though it's completely lost, but it has potential. Yeah. Not for me saving it, maybe, but for my opponent, for the other guy to mess up. And then you continue playing, and you kind of trying to observe the tendency, right? So if your opponent is kind of not very convincing, exactly the word that you've used. Yeah, if he's not very convincing, maybe you continue playing.
I was thinking g5 immediately just wins.
Bishop c2, king e3. Yeah, perhaps g5 was winning. Perhaps g5 was winning. Bishop
maybe
b1
he just wants
is...
to be extra safe.
Maybe he wants to show off a little. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it probably was winning.
Yeah.
Not that bishop b1 doesn't win, you know.
I'm assuming that Hikaru Nakamura qualified. How did he qualify? He qualified via rating, right?
Hikaru, yeah, he qualified via rating, and we've got two results. Dubov is a draw, Dubov is a draw, and Vidit just resigned against Aronian. So all of... and we are ready for an interview with Keima and Dubov, and followed closely by Aronian's interview, I believe, and we'll be left with one game only.
Sounds good.
So the first game of Pool C has finished with the draw between Grandmasters Vincent Keima from Germany, Grandmaster Danil Dubov from Russia. a very long game, so we'll try and keep this brief. Vincent, this idea of queen c2, sacrificing the h2 pawn, was this part of your opening preparation for the game?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I wouldn't play it if I didn't know. Yeah, I think, okay, king b1 move was also still preparation. And I'm pretty sure that b4 can't be like a really good move from him, but I also didn't really see a good way to refute it. So, I mean, okay, the position I got in the game, I'm sure was much better at some point, probably winning, I don't know. But yeah, I don't think I found the best way, and then it was like probably only slightly better endgame that I didn't manage to win.
Okay. Daniel, it seems, of course this is computer analysis, that you might have had a chance to capture the pawn on g2, specifically on move 23.
Yeah, I thought about it actually. Like, I didn't see what's the plan exactly for white, but yeah, somehow it felt a bit risky. Yeah, but the opening part was actually funny, because one of the basic games in this line is actually Geoff and Ryazantsev, played by my like two good friends and coaches, and actually we had this whole stuff, including king b1 actually yesterday. But yeah, somehow I thought, I mean, first of all, it's a bit too far, and secondly, like during the game, I just realized, like I don't remember the move anyway, so why not to go before? But then, like after before, when Winston started to think, I realized I'm just probably completely lost. Like what he did is probably good. Knight a4, I thought, is also a very good move.
The computer was suggesting c takes d5 with the point of
E takes d5.
Sorry, e takes d5 with the point of capturing knight takes d5, and the knight is hanging on c4. Or if you sacrifice the knight on a3, then it seems that the complications would favour white, but of course it's a complex position. Vincent, did you think of that idea?
Yeah, I just thought black will always go knight b6 back and try to take with the knight on d5, and I mean, knight on d5 is at least some stability. I'm sure probably the computer sees a way to win immediately, but of course if I don't, then okay, it's not what I want to play.
Yeah, also it's easier said than done. Basically, when you're white in this position, and you clearly understand that you're much better / winning, but the problem is that you don't only have e takes d5, you also have like four tempting options here as well. So yeah.
Okay. The last question, it might seem a bit ridiculous even, but did you think you might have any chance of winning the rook bishop against rook, ending against Daniil?
No, not really. I mean, he didn't have to go for this, so I knew that if he would, then he would know everything. But okay, I mean, it's
displayed
like
excellent defense, obviously.
Yeah, but first of all, even better players, yeah, could have lost the sending. Yeah, it happens from time to time. So. I mean, in general, I'm sort of used to being kind of isolated with someone recently, so I thought, okay, 50 more moves, no worries. I mean, I've spent 10 days like this pretty much. So.
Good game. Best of luck tomorrow. Thank you. Do you want to go? Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If you can just come a little bit closer to the camera, please.
Yeah. So I'm now joined by Grandmasters Richard Rapport and Radoslav Wojtewicz. A decisive game in Pool B, the second decisive game, because the other game also ended in a win. I butchered your name, I have to say, Radoslav. How was the game on your side? What were your thoughts during the most part of the game?
Well, I thought that I am pressing almost the whole game, and when we got to the end game, I thought that it should be much better. But obviously, it was always a question if I can win that one.
Okay, so towards the ending, there was a moment that you decided to sacrifice the pawn, the b5 pawn. Was this the best way? Was the only way? Was the way you thought you could hold the ending by sacrificing that pawn? What were your thoughts on that position?
Yeah, obviously I didn't sacrifice the pawn to lose the game. So yeah, I thought that this way I can hold it better. Afterwards, I felt like I had good drawing chances, but I missed this maneuver rook c4, rook b4. I mean, like I could have prevented somehow. And then it was very unpleasant move 40 to trade rooks or go rook a7. Probably rook a7 was better, I don't know, because this night endgame just seems to be lost.
Okay, that's for me. Congratulations both of you, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are back on air, but seemingly, yeah, that was my fault, guys. I've completely missed that Wojtaszek and Rapport have finished, and that means Aronian's game finished the last in this round. The round is complete. We are still waiting for an interview with Levon, Aronian and Vidit. And meanwhile, let's once again, I don't know if we have the visuals ready yet, but once again, the situation, group or pool A and pool D both finished with all draws, right? Then in B pool, we have 2 winners and respectively 2 losers. And pool C will have the sole leader, which is Levon Aronian. All right, let me figure out if Jesse is on air with me, or maybe not yet.
Going to have an interview, then of course that would be great. But what a fantastic day one! Honestly, it was more exciting than I could imagine. So,
yeah. So
how did you find the games today?
So it's 3 decisive games out of 8, right? Plus the quite an entertaining game for Kreshuk, plus some. Yeah, I think we've covered the most interesting parts, right? Also Dubov's game was pretty entertaining.
I believe so. But all the entertaining things happen all at once, and you kind of want to split yourself into 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I think, yeah, well, once again, apologies, people at home, if we missed something interesting. Yeah. So I think there will be the last interview, and we'll be still back to wrap things up after the interview with Levon Aronian and Vidit.
Levon, you've scored your first win in the group, a long game, a tough game. What are your impressions of the game? How did you see the battle today?
Yeah, I had this point of this opening was just to play. I mean, it's a very sharp opening and lots of things can go wrong. And I think at some point they went wrong. Maybe my queen b1 was not right. I thought that instead of that I should have taken on a6, on c5 and played d4, which was very critical. And once I think Vidit got his pieces out, I thought that he might be slightly better because it was unpleasant for me. But then I thought maybe his approach was a bit too passive. I mean, the position was better than what Black got out of it. And then after bishop e5, bishop g3, I thought that I'm out of danger and it should be a draw, but it's pleasant to push a little bit with white. And then, yeah, I think I managed to get my pieces together. And then once the pawn was on h5, I thought it's very close to be losing.
One question for you. Did you, when you played rook c7 and allowed Levon to play f5, was this, maybe you thought maybe it was your best chance to hold the game? Was it a miscalculation? Or did you think that even if you played f5, g4 would be so strong? What were your ideas in that? Because I think that might have been a critical moment in the game.
Yeah, in hindsight, of course, rook c7 is a mistake because there was this line in the game where he just in time to come back with rook h1 and rook a1 to defend the pawn on e3. But I was very low on time, so I could not calculate the consequences. Maybe in hindsight, f5 is probably better, but after g4 I was a little bit worried, but practically maybe that's the best try to go for this position.
And my last question for Levon, after you played f5 and captured the h5 pawn, It seems that there are still some technical difficulties to win the game. Were you confident that you could bring the point home, or did you think it was with chances but maybe still a draw?
Practically, it's much harder for black because he has to watch out for all kinds of ideas. I can push for f4, I can push for f5. I was more or less confident that if I don't rush, I have 80% chance of winning the game.
Okay, thank you both for coming, especially
Thank you.
Vidit, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Right, so day one of FIDE Grand Prix 2020 came to an end. One more time, let's remind ourselves of the results we had, if we have any. Yeah, Jesse, just look how nice, how smooth it looks. It's Pool A.
Yeah, that transition was quite nice.
Two draws, right? Pool B, White won in both games, with Tasek against Rapport and Fedoseev against Oparin. Levon Aronian convincingly beats Vidit Gujarati. Daniil Dubov convincingly saves against Vincent Kema. And then Pool D, perhaps the quietest of them all, right? Both games more or less equal start to finish from, solid opening and no big things happen.
Yeah, Pool D chose peace and Pool B chose violence.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, yeah, I'm just trying to see the country representations. Yeah, okay, so a lot of Russian players. By a lot, I mean, how many? 4 or 5, yeah? So
5.
Russia is the most represented then.
And second most is probably USA.
Yeah, so 4 players from the United States.
One from Hungary, 1 from Poland,
France,
2 from
and
India.
2 from India, yeah.
Yep. I didn't know Shirov was actually from Spain.
He was from Latvia originally, right? Then he changed federation to Spain. Then he, I think, went back to Latvia for some time, and now once again he's back to Spain. Yeah, so he has
makes
some,
sense.
confusing
Jet setter.
relationship with the federations, right? All right, and I think this will be it for today. It wasn't that easy of a first day, the glitches here and there. So we promised to come back tomorrow. Hopefully everything's gonna be, everything's gonna be better, smoother, and so on. Yeah, and before we say goodbye, once again, to remind you that Grand Prix series, came to be and is possible because of the partners. So once again, Kaspersky, Algorand, FIDE Online Arena, we were talking about these companies during the event. So thanks very much for supporting chess, and this will be it for today. Thank you, Jesse. So I think our first day at the office can be called a success, and we will carry on till the end of this tournament, right?
Yes, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much, people watching us, commenting, claiming this and that, sometimes complaining in the chat. Please do so all the tournament, every day. We are very, very grateful for that. Yeah, see you then.
All right.